Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Business Meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. We're in the John Netz Community Wing of City Hall. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you would please, if you have devices, please silence them and stand with me for a moment of silence, the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Pledge allegiance. Thank you very much. Ms. Cook, if you could call the roll, please.
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to begin today's proceedings with public participation. Please refrain from anything that's on the agenda. All non-agenda items will be spoken about. We'll allot 30 minutes for this. So if you have public comments, please feel free to come forward. No defamatory comments either. Thank you.
Janie Duarte. Good morning. Each of you have a packet and 2 questionnaires, pre-vote questionnaires for public record. Please take a moment to fill them out and let it be noted if anyone decides not to do so. I'd like to thank the staff member, Bobby, for inviting me to meet with the new city manager and deputy manager to discuss issues I brought up last week. I would be more than happy to at a public workshop with open dialogue and providing the opportunity for the citizens to examine the factual documents and voice their concerns without censorship or the 3-minute limits. Upon collecting information for the charter against the seat District 4, I noticed some subtle changes in the 2018 and 2024 charters concerning vacancy for the mayor's seat. That had, if the council succeeded in getting rid of our duly elected mayor, our vice mayor would have assumed the role of mayor and for the remainder of the term, once again bypassing the vote of the electors, which is strictly outlined in the and is mandatory for in the 2018 version. For the record, please provide the exact method of which the citizens of Palm Coast knowingly and intentionally approved this change. Our rights are being chipped away and violated. Last year, their attempt to remove Provision 3E, which would have removed our right to vote on issues by referendum, remove the spending cap, remove the 36-month repayment deadline, and remove restrictions the city has on entering into public-private partnerships, which your new P3 guideline is already in direct conflict with the current city charter. And for the record, pre-vote, please provide what happened December 17th, 2026, 2025, and April 2nd, 2024, in which retroactive approvals are being sought. If the plan is to turn Palm Coast into a cash cow, what exactly is that process spoken of that everybody's going to want to buy into? And who is everyone when homeowners' utility bills will continue to increase no less than 4% annually with no cap, and authorizes the city manager to pay all, some, or none of the bond debt? Where are the insurance? Where is the insurance, and where are the safeguards? Who is using public funds to build wealth, leaving the homeowners stuck paying the bill? Our water bills are soon to exceed our mortgages. And we got another boil water notice, January 17th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Davis. You change your look every time you come in here, brother. I can't keep up with you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good morning. Jeremy Davis, P section. I'm here this morning because public records integrity is not optional. If any resident altered records, rewrote official notes, or deleted documentation, there would be consequences. But when the government does it, we get explanations that do not match the record. Make that make sense. Let's be specific. The city CD Plus audit history for permit 2023-07-0578 shows an entry labeled delete comments on May 3rd, 2024 at 4 p.m. 18 seconds by user B. Bembry. And it was not just May. Matter of fact, in April of 2024, the notes were rewritten, not appended, not clarified, rewritten. I already know what staff may say. They may claim this was simply lifting a hold status. So today I'm asking for proof, not a narrative. Does CD Plus label a hold release as delete comments? Yes or no? If yes, produce the written SOP or vendor documentation that defines that label. If no, then why does the audit history use the words delete comments? Next, regardless of what you call it, produce the before and after versions of the notes that were rewritten in April 2024 and the notes affected by the May 3rd, 2024 action. Show exactly what text changed, who changed it, and why. A hold being lifted should add an entry. It should not rewrite history. It should not remove prior content. This matters because the permit file is the evidence trail. When notes get rewritten, residents lose the ability to verify what staff knew, when they knew it, and what conditions were required. That impacts enforcement, liability, and resident rights. Now connect that to the real-world consequences. In 2024, the city changed the technical manual and removed the maximum height requirement. The house next to me is roughly 3 feet 2 inches higher than my home. Since that approval, water has been shedding onto my property in ways it never did before. I've spent real money on real damage, and I've been forced to become a records expert just to get basic answers. Here is what I'm requesting today. Provide the complete audit trail and the actual before and after versions of the permit notes from April 2024 and May 2024 for the permit. Provide the written policy that allows notes to be rewritten or deleted, or state clearly that no such policy exists, and adopt one that prohibits deleting substantive permit comments. Commission an independent audit of CD Plus actions affecting permits, including rewrites, edits, and deletions, and publish the findings. Palm Coast residents are not the problem. Lack of transparency and accountability is the problem. If the city expects trust, it must be earned with records, not explanations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Shelley.
Good morning. I just wanted to talk to you about some of the conversations I've been having with my neighbors and friends in District 4. And they're hurting. They're hurting physically, they're hurting mentally, they're hurting financially, and they're begging for some relief. It seems that all the financial burdens are being put upon the current residents of Palm Coast, and I don't agree with that. This board and county boards are talking about westward expansion like it's going to be our savior. And I don't agree with that, and I don't believe the majority of the current residents in Palm Coast believe that. But we know that we are financing it through our taxes. And the more research I do, the more I wonder why we even have a city of Palm Coast, when this board and boards before you have either ignored the residents or said our hands are tied and it's out of our control. But that's untrue. Your hands are not untied. You're obliged to follow the comprehensive plan. You don't have to allow changes to our flume that bring in development that is incompatible with our beautiful homes. Our homes are our castles. Our homes are supposed to be our forever homes here in Palm Coast. I told you this story of the beautiful city of Palm Coast last time I spoke up here. And we were enticed here My parents were enticed here because it's a beautiful place to live. And incrementally, piece by piece, the decisions that you make are chipping away at the beauty and integrity of Palm Coast, taking away what makes it special, the green space, the wetlands. Like Mr. Davis said, if I was to fill in wetlands in my property, I would be in jail. But the county has carte blanche to fill in wetlands. Buy up Palm Coast property to make their area bigger. And yes, I'm talking about the airport. How can the airport be allowed to get bigger in the middle of Palm Coast? Fill in wetlands and use our businesses as runways, our homes as hazard areas. It's unacceptable. They've gone rogue under this board's watch and the previous board's watch, and it's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, Council. Dennis McDonald. Came to talk to you this morning about something I see that's rearing its ugly head here from at least 20 years ago that was something that the city of Palm Coast never should have gotten into, and I'm speaking about European Village. All of us have seen the black permanent fences that have gone up in the parking areas underneath the bridge. Okay, now, what we all need to understand when we go to European Village is that that area belongs to another municipality. It does not belong to Palm Coast. You presently have probably in the vicinity of around 70 parking spaces, okay, for European Village that were approved by this council, okay, many years ago, that are actually in another municipality. Now, I'm a guy who built or declared condominiums, for many years of his life as the declarant. I have to tell you, I have never seen anything like this. I was baffled by it over 20 years ago. You literally have a condominium complex that is split in half by another municipality. Think about that. Tell me or show me where any place in the United States this exists. And on top of it, 70 of your parking spaces, okay, are in another city. Dunes essentially is a political subdivision that is equivalent to the city of Palm Coast in the eyes of the Florida statutes and the Florida legislature. You're all equal. As you know, you're equal with the county and you're equal with Bunnell and Beverly Beach and so on. You've got a disaster over there, and it's rearing its ugly head because you've got permanent gates up this time. This fence fiasco went on back in 2009, okay? And it got settled out. And it was settled out by at the time, found a middle ground with our tax assessor. He did a great job and he calmed things down, and he used to be applauded for that. Now it's back and they're putting up permanent structures. You've got handicap parking spaces and about 70 spaces total, okay, in another city, okay? And you're giving credit for it to European Village. The bottom line here is, the reason I haven't raised this issue other than to try and get somebody to solve it, okay, is the fact is that the only people who get hurt here are the nice guys that run the commercial property. They're little guys trying to make a living. You're all here telling everybody you're all for the little guy, you're all for businesses, you want to help, okay? You're running these people out of business. It's the commercial entities that you're running out, because that's what the parking applies to, is the commercial. The residential is in the parking area that they have for the garage, which is a completely separate condominium association. All I'm telling you is you've got a disaster on your hands, and the Dunes is the one that's totally responsible for it, because they should never have given an easement, because they don't have the right to give an easement to any person, any private person, only to another municipality or government entity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups, City Manager? Did you have anything?
No, for those comments that pertain to operational issues, either staff and or myself will
Thank you. Councilman Miller, Vice Mayor?
Just on the European Village issue, Mr. McDonald, I met with some of the board members for the different associations, I think last week, and it's a sticky situation, as I'm sure you can appreciate, making sure we don't get in the middle of private disputes between the commercial property owners and the associations. To the extent there is anything the city can legally do, I am looking into that and have discussed options with staff. But we're trying to just make sure that we don't get in the middle of what I believe is probably more of a private legal dispute. I can appreciate, though, the issues and am concerned. And so I am watching it with cautious eyes, I guess is the best way to put it. But I appreciate you bringing it up, and I agree. It's an issue that needs to be resolved.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Gambaro, Councilman Sullivan? Okay, I agree. I've been monitoring the comments on social media too. I've been watching it. That is private entities down there going at it. I don't know how much the lease is for that space. They're gonna have to work it out. If we can facilitate, we're more than happy to do that. Ms. Shelley, one thing about, a lot of people were enticed here with green space. But when they said that's green space, that's never gonna be developed. Well, somebody owns that green space. And those are the entities we have to contend with. For you, Mr. Davis, I'm gonna say something that I probably shouldn't, but this has been going on for a long time, since when I was running all that. My advice to you, sir, would be to litigate. If the city is found responsible through litigation, we will make things happen. We will pay our part if we are found responsible. But it does not serve our community well at all for people to hijack social media posts because they feel they've been wronged by the city. And I'd encourage you to resist doing that, but litigate. You've come to my office when I was first elected, and I pretty much told you, get the justice that you feel you deserve. So if you need to litigate, everything will come out in discovery. If the builders and the property next to you is responsible, they will be held to account. That's why we have court systems. So please, if you don't mind, please refrain from hijacking city posts because of this issue. Litigate. Get you an attorney.
Do the right thing.
Exactly. We will.
I'll stop when y'all stop.
Okay, we're going to move on. The airport, Ms. Shelley, the airport is not controlled by the city. I would prefer it be Palm Coast City Airport, and we could do more with it, and we could try to do the right things. Okay, we're going to move on. Minutes. We have two sets of minutes to approve, January 6, 2026, and January 13, 2026 workshop. Does anybody have any amendments, corrections, or anything to the minutes?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the minutes.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You good, Ms. Cook? Okay, we're going to move on to ordinance of the first read, ordinance 2026, mobile food dispensing vehicles. Mr. Hanson, I hope you have something that everybody can work with, sir.
Mayor, may I ask, I know normally we kind of interject during presentations more in a workshop format, but I think this is kind of the first time this is coming back to us since it was kind of reworked. Would you mind if we engage in conversation during the
I'm
presentation?
fine, as long as we can maintain decorum.
Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Hanson, Community Development. As the Vice Mayor stated, Council last saw this item at the workshop on October 28th. Since then, it's been reworked based on Council direction, and then it was presented at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board on December 17th.
Pause for a second, Mr. Hanson. Are there anyone here, is there anyone here that's from the food truck industry? Okay. Everybody else is working. Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Hanson, continue on.
Yes, sir. In relation to that, I did send out an email a couple of weeks ago inviting a list of approximately 66 individuals that we have for emails for food truck operators to be able to attend this meeting, and then also the second read that's scheduled currently for February 3rd.
That's a night meeting, right? So anybody
That
not
is a
available-
night meeting, ma'am.
Perfect, okay.
A little bit of background, state statute preempts us to all the licensing for food truck operations, mobile food dispensing vehicles to the state. It requires municipalities and unincorporated areas within the political subdivisions within the state to be able to provide some location for food truck operations. Historically, the city has been compliant with that through the use of our Food Truck Tuesday program, which has happened for over a decade at this point now. Traditionally happens the third Tuesday of every month. I assume a lot of people within the community have benefited from that as the program itself is a beneficiary for various nonprofits within the community. Overall, it's a pretty great event.
Mr. Hinson, I understand that Florida statutes largely preempt a lot of the food safety protocols and things like that. So the city can only regulate so many things, and food safety and proper handling and equipment and things of that nature are not one of those things. And you and I have had conversations offline about that, and I appreciate you continuing to communicate with me because I've heard some concern from some stand-up food operators who want to make sure that everybody who's operating in our city is doing it properly, which I can appreciate and commend.
So to clarify, based on your previous inquiry and your question here, with food truck operations, with the way the state statute works, as I stated, it's preempted to any kind of licensing and essentially to the state. It basically only allows us to state where it's applicable to occur within the city. So as far as inspections for food truck operations, as far as the cleanliness of such, that's all tied to the state. There was inquiry regarding whether or not food truck operators would have to have their mobile food dispensing vehicles to meet NSF regulations for food safety sanitation compliance. Staff took a look into state statute regarding NSF standards, and although it's not explicitly required by state statute, there's state statutes and Florida administrative code provisions that essentially require near the same, essentially kind of the duplicate, kind of the same kind of quality of food safety standards as far as having a three sink unit for washing of any kind of dishes and having non-porous materials that are easily cleanable and such. So, well, we're not able to, based on our ordinance itself, have any kind of provision regarding the NSF standards because it's outside of what the state allows us through their preemptions to do. Those kind of standards are still being met, although not by name of NSF, through meeting compliance with state statute and the Florida Administrative Code. So when the DBPR or Florida Health Department were to inspect a food truck, they're looking to make sure that those food trucks are compliant with the state statute and Florida Administrative Code. So when they come across something that has the NSF logo on there for those food sanitation standards, it largely shows that that piece of equipment is compliant with statute, so it's easy for the inspection. That statute also requires food truck operators to be licensed through the state, so licensing is completely preempted to the state, and they have to have their license visible in the on-site on their food truck operations, so that way it's easily seen and readily, easily able to be inspected as necessary.
So to boil that all down, they have to meet state standards, and they can be, I'm sure they receive annual, semi-annual, and on-the-spot inspections as needed by the state.
Yes, sir, they have to meet state standards. Whether the frequency of annual, semi-annual, I'm not sure exactly the frequency that the state requires, but based on my knowledge, previously I was employed with the Florida Health Department about 6 years or so ago, and I know the health department does go out and inspect restaurants, and they're able to inspect, essentially, based on reading through Florida Administrative Code, mobile food dispensing vehicles as well for on-the-spot inspections as well.
In your conversations with the people that, from the industry that spoke with you, did they say that they were inspected on a regular basis? And I'm sure those guys say, yeah, we meet the standards, we're doing what we're supposed to be, we're regulated by the state.
Yes, sir. Based on the conversations that I've had with members of our engaged stakeholder group based on food truck operators within the community, people have said that they are inspected by the state. They're licensed through the DBPR or the DFACS for agricultural products, and they have to go through state licensing, inspections, and all that.
Thank you, sir.
So when they come to the city of Palm Coast to apply for the ability to operate their food truck in our city, what do they have to show proof-wise as far as licensure from the state to us in order to get that?
So the way the draft ordinance is created, ma'am, or currently in draft, it's kind of a threefold approach. There's the principal use aspect, which would require a property owner submitting for a technical site plan application. That's just us verifying the actual site itself is consistent and compatible for mobile food dispensing vehicles. As far as food truck operations, that would be ultimately if I was a property owner and develop a food truck park for, say, 12, 15 food trucks, whatever lease agreement that they have, the food trucks are on there, they're still able to be inspected by the state to ensure that they have their licensing all on board with the state, meet their inspections. Then we have a provision in the draft ordinance that allows for code enforcement to go out to the site to ensure that the site itself is meeting our requirements of our ordinance. And due to our ability to communicate with higher political subdivisions, I guess. So theoretically, if something was being seen on site, I believe that we'd have the legal capacity to be able to let the health department or someone at the state know if there's some kind of action being done that should be got by them.
So my concern is, I don't, and maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see a provision in our code, and maybe it's somewhere else. Let's put this ordinance aside. If a food truck just wants to get a business license with the city of Palm Coast, what do they have to show that they have met the state safety, et cetera, requirements before that being issued?
So
I just want to make sure it's addressed somewhere. I don't care if it's in this ordinance or if it's somewhere else. I just want to make sure it's addressed somewhere.
So verifying for state license and their food safety inspection, that's all preempted to the state. Once again, that section of statute 509.102, subsection 2A, explicitly preempts licensing of mobile food dispensing vehicles to the state. So by read of the ordinance, there is no city license for a food truck operator.
No.
We're just
I
verifying
understand that.
the state.
Verification. So in other words, yeah, if you
Ms.
could
Pontier,
help
yeah.
maybe.
Hello, Council. My name is Michael Giuliano. I'm the local business tax inspector for the city. So to answer your question, when a food vendor comes in or a mobile food truck, there's different types of DBPR licensing and Florida Department of Agriculture. So they come in, they have to show that state license.
Okay.
And it says mobile food vendor. Now, there's different type of licensing. There's commissaries, there's cottage food, business tax receipts. So we vet through each one and make sure they have the proper licensing for the business tax receipt as per our city ordinance and state statute.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Long way around what we got. We just before they issued a business tax receipt, which is a simple $50 fee, right? My last one was 50, I think. So that's just following the steps. All right, Mr. Hanson.
All right. Continuing on with the presentation, as I mentioned, council last saw this at October 28th during that workshop. The way the proposed ordinance reads with council's previous direction opened it up for the accessory use for mobile food dispensing vehicles within COM 1, COM 2, COM 3, IND1, public, semi-public, P&G, and master plan developments with the use allowed in the development agreement. The language for principal use did not change. Currently, the principal use still requires permanent shared seating, restrooms, parking, where accessory use does not require the seating, or does not allow for seating or additional parking or restroom facilities, as it's just accessory use, is because the intent is that parking or restroom or is already there on site for the principal use of the property. Currently, there's a provision in the draft ordinance that states that mobile food dispensing vehicles shall not operate between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. In the draft ordinance, there's provisions in there for the accessory use of mobile food dispensing vehicles that their hours of operation would be tied to the actual principal use. So if we have a site that's developed as a big box store that wants to have a mobile food dispensing vehicle, and that big box store closes at 10 p.m., well, that would require the mobile food dispensing vehicle to cease operations at the time of closing of the principal use as well. In the draft ordinance, there's language in there that's all designed and built for safety to avoid mobile food dispensing operations with any kind of easements, wetlands, buffers, drive aisles, sidewalks, crosswalks, any kind of emergency access, fire lanes, right-of-ways, or impede any kind of traffic patterns or circulation on site, or ingress, egress, any kind of business or buildings for the site. So how it would potentially work if this draft ordinance is adopted is that the principal use applications would come in for a full technical site plan, like any principal use application that the city has, following the criteria in our land development code under 2.05.05, where the accessory use would do a modified application that hasn't yet been drafted because we're waiting. We have to analyze how much, what kind of level of review would have to be done, any kind of nominal fee to try and capture some of the labor hours necessary for the review, and the adoption of this draft draft ordinance. So the modified application, based on the intent of the ordinance, would have some kind of application that has an indemnity clause and indemnifies the city against any kind of potential liability issue for the operation of mobile food dispensing vehicles on a private third-party site. It also would require the application come from the property owner themselves or their authorized applicant. So this application is not coming from a mobile food vendor, but the actual property owner. This ties back to property rights as a property owner, so that way a mobile food vendor isn't necessarily applying to set up in the Walmart parking lot when Walmart might not want a mobile food vendor, to use an example. So it ensures protection of the property owner and their property rights. With that, that accessory use application would have a modified kind of concept plan that would essentially show the any kind of improvements on the site as far as where the principal use building is, easements, and then it shows the parking area, it shows the facility, or shows the area on the site that would be developed for the mobile food operations itself. So that way, when staff is looking through and analyzing an accessory use application, they're ensuring that the site is conforming to its underlying zoning classification as far as minimum lot size, width requirements. The principal use will still meet the required parking of the principal use, so that the mobile food vending operation will not impinge upon the required parking for the site. So the city does allow for an overrent of 20% over the required parking for a facility when they're going through site plan approval. So a lot of sites make use of allowing for that 120% essentially maximum of the required parking. So there should be theoretically flexible space that could be then used in a parking area for a mobile food dispensing vehicle or site. But because of the safety precautions of vehicles driving around, ingress, egress, and vehicle circulation, the current draft ordinance has provisions that if mobile food vending site is established within any kind of parking lot or vehicle use area, that the operator will provide, or the site will provide, safety cones measuring 3 feet in height, spaced out 6 feet apart around the operations to ensure visibility and enhance safety for the actual use.
Michael, when I was looking at the glossary in the ordinance, I didn't see a definition for perimeter fence, and I can see this coming up as an issue. I don't know that we've defined anywhere what type of fence you all are looking for pursuant to a principal use.
So for developing as a principal use, if they're looking at some kind of fencing operation, and the idea there is to fence off any kind of added recreational areas that a principal use could develop, it would go back to the remainder of our land development code, which controls fences. Essentially, you're looking at your average, 6 foot high, but commercial buildings are allowed to, or commercial properties are allowed to go up to like 8 foot high for fencing purposes. So it allows for flexibility. There's not a necessarily requirement on their fence height based on our land development code. The only, off the top of my memory, requirement for fence height that I'm aware of within the state of Florida is for Florida Building Code for purposes for like pools at a minimum height of 4 foot requirement. So when reviewing, say, like a subdivision anywhere where there's a potential safety risk for drowning, we're looking for a minimum 4 foot height. So if the council wanted some kind of minimum safety height of 4 feet for a fence for if there's going to be a potential recreation area as an accessory on there to separate from the vehicle use area, and then we could draft that in. Currently in the draft ordinance on the principal use from the parking area to the actual use, there's language in there, at least a 5 foot buffer requirement from any vehicle use area, and there's also sidewalk requirements and such as well to kind of give a little bit of distance separation from any kind of vehicle use area from actual operations where a food truck operator might be using on a principal use.
So I'm not as concerned about the height as I am about the material. In other words, to me, the ordinance is not clear what would be required of our food truck operators. Would they have to do a PVC fence, a wood fence? Could it be a chain link? I mean, depending on who you talk to, there could be a lot of different interpretations. And so the goal of this is to let them know exactly what we're looking for. And I don't believe that this does that. I don't know if council has any suggestions as to what we would be looking for. I don't want to get into some type of permit, dispute because they've proposed something that they may define as a fence because it's technically some type of separation barrier, but which we don't feel is either aesthetically pleasing or qualifies as a fence.
And we're tracking that as well. In our land development code as written, there's language in there for what fence-like materials there are. It's found under, if I recall correctly, Chapter 4 of our land development code regarding fences. So you're looking for things like either PVC vinyl. You could theoretically use chain link fence. For this kind of use, the sole purpose is essentially looking at having some kind of safety barrier, essentially so that largely small children aren't walking out into a parking area where there's vehicles. If the council wanted to put in provisions in there that if they're going to have some kind of recreational facility, we could put in there they will do a chain link fence or whatever the council is comfortable with.
Marcus, is there anything in the ordinance that has kind of a catch-all provision? In other words, if there's not something specifically defined in this ordinance, please refer to the land development code. So that way, again, our food truck operators are not wondering, if they can't figure something out. I didn't see it in there. I know oftentimes there is that kind of, like we did that with Robert's Rules, right, for our policies and procedures. Maybe we should add that just as a general policy towards the end.
Yeah, it's a solid question, ma'am. I don't believe we have something like that, but I can go view it right now and just confirm. But worst case scenario, we can add that and make sure it's ready for second read. Perfect.
And otherwise, this ordinance as drafted would be a subsection of the land development code, and it'd have a new subsection to be found under Chapter 4, Section 22. So it'd be held within that entire land development code. So there's the other standards that we would hold any kind of technical site plan requirement to. When developing a principal use, they'd have to meet all those requirements.
Well, that's my point, right? When they come with a technical site plan, if they don't know what type of fence they're supposed to have, how can they put that in their technical site plan? So that's what I'm trying to get ahead of. And I don't want to speak for council. I mean, if council is okay with having a fallback provision that states we'll go to the LDC, or if there's something specific you all feel is more appropriate for this ordinance, then by all means, I see a hole, that's all.
I think we should include the specific language in our ordinance. That way we can go right to it versus having to go back and research, and whatever the case may be. My opinion. But the intent here, is it to have a fence or is it to have a barrier for protection?
So, two parts, sir. With the principal use, there's a allowance in the draft ordinance that would allow, if I was to develop a food truck park with, say, 12 or 15 food trucks there on a permanent basis with shared seating and such, it allows those principal uses to create a recreational area, like a small playground, essentially, for kids, that are then separated with a perimeter fencing barrier on that. Now, in the draft ordinance, for the accessory use, for mobile food vending operators using the accessory use on an existing principal site, if they're in a vehicle use area, such as a parking lot, there's provisions and requirements in there that they have essentially a visual screening barrier with these 3-foot safety cones that are spaced 6 feet apart. So it's not an actual fence, it's just kind of a visual barrier to show that here, there's these cones area, so that way people aren't driving through that area or parking in the area. But because it's designed to be temporary in nature, the property owner might only allow, say, food truck operations on their site maybe 3 days a week, maybe when the slowest days of the week are, and then they might decide that they need that parking space on Friday, Saturday, Sunday or something. So that way they say to their, I assume that they'll likely lease the space area in their site when they get a application approval for the accessory use, because we want to know the frequency of operations, when they're going to be out there, how long, hours of operation, that kind of thing. So
Okay, so let me get to make sure you're answering my question. So, principal use fence, accessory use barrier,
yes, sir.
visual barrier.
Yep,
It's what you're recommending.
And the principal use fence, that's only based on the draft, is required if they're going to do the recreational
Yep, this
areas
is-
and accessories.
He's trying to be specific about that as far as if you have a recreation. So if I were to set up at Home Depot and I have my food truck, if I put up cones, say with police barrier tape to designate the area, that's fine. Just food for food distribution, no kids, no accessory play area. It's just set up. That's just to let people know that there's a barrier so they know what they're going into.
Temporary use.
That's correct, right, Mr. Hanson?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to have to put, if I'm, say, Keith with Cool Beans, I'm not going to have to put up a fence if I go out and set up in the Home Depot parking lot.
Yeah, if you're Keith or Tanya with Cool Beans, you wouldn't have to go up and put up a chain link fence in a parking lot for your
Okay.
operations. It's just the way the draft is. It's looking at the 3-foot of high visibility traffic safety cones just to delineate the area.
Yes. Okay. That's, everybody clear on that?
Yeah, I had a question in regards to our code currently for restaurants and similar to this principal use concept, right?
Mhm.
Do we have fencing requirements of those businesses currently? If they have any outdoor areas?
I'd have to do some further research on that, sir, to get back to you. Off the top of my head, looking at the Land Development Code for specific restaurant operations, I don't believe there's anything in our Land Development Code. There might be something possibly within either Florida Administrative Code or Florida Building Code. You don't typically, lately anyways, over the last probably 30 years, you don't see often the outdoor play place areas that you typically used to see back in the 80s and 90s with a lot of the various restaurants. There's a couple indoor area ones that I'm aware of, since I have a small child at home, with an indoor one over at the Chick-fil-A off Palm Coast Parkway, but at least I'm personally not aware of any outdoor ones within the community. But as far as when this is coming back to second read, I can do a little further research and get back to you whether there's any kind of provisions in there for Florida Building Code or such that would require a brick and mortar restaurant, if they were to have some kind of outdoor play area, to have some kind of fencing.
I guess I just, for a principal use, I don't want to be more burdensome than what we would, do to a restaurant, right? I don't think it's fair to say, if you're in a permanent location, you have to do more than what a restaurant would in a permanent location. necessarily any examples of that. But theoretically, if we don't have a code for that, we would require a restaurant to do it, so why would we require a truck to do it? That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think there's that kind of a place at the old airport restaurant. And of course, that's not ours. I think they have an outside area there where kids can,
Yeah, that's around the back, so it
Yeah.
it is fenced in.
yeah, and it is fenced.
Continue on, Mr. Hanson.
All right. The way the draft ordinance reads, it also would prohibit amplified music and noise from mobile food dispensing vehicles. I want to be very clear with Planning Board's recommendation that they had from their December 17th meeting. The Planning Land Development Regulation Board did recommend approval of the draft ordinance with some minor tweaks and basically striking the language in the current draft ordinance regarding prohibiting amplified music and sounds from mobile food dispensing vehicles. Because the city has a noise ordinance, they thought it'd be more pragmatic to just let the noise ordinance handle any kind of amplified music or noises or sounds coming from mobile food dispensing vehicles, rather than having a subsection within the draft ordinance specifically limiting mobile food dispensing vehicles from having any kind of amplified music or sounds.
Everyone comfortable with just striking that, going with the PLDRB's recommendation of just using the city ordinance?
Yes.
All right. That's fine, Mr. Hanson. You can strike that.
Roger that. Going further in the PowerPoint, as I mentioned, the updated draft ordinance was emailed out to a large group of stakeholders that we were able to secure contact information from for previous registration at our Food Truck Tuesday events. So after our last workshop at City Council back in October, I ended up meeting with a group of food truck operators that were here, spoke with them for some of them up to 2 hours before we were all said and done. And since then, we've been able to get more in contact and open channels of communication with our stakeholders throughout this draft ordinance. There was a large group that did attend the Planning and Land Development Regulation meeting this past December. With the Planning Board's recommendation, they also had a recommendation to strike the 6-hour time limit on private catered events. So in the draft ordinance, there's a couple exemptions listed, and one of them is to have a 6-hour time limit for private catered events. And the original intent on that, while earlier version had a 3-hour time limit for private catered events, and based on previous conversations with the city attorney, it was suggested to increase that to 6 hours in case someone was going to have a wedding or a Super Bowl party or such. During the public hearing at the planning board, the planning board recommended just taking the time limit out for a private catered event. So that way, in case someone's having an extended family reunion or something where they might have a facility rented out throughout the day or a large gathering, they're able to continue having that mobile food dispensing vehicle for a private catered event.
Is everyone comfortable with that, striking that?
Yes.
Everyone, we have consensus? Okay.
And just for visual perspective, we've got a couple slides here kind of giving you an idea. Upper left is kind of an example of a food truck park over in Orlando. Otherwise, there's a couple sites. Bottom left is over in the Tampa Bay area. The upper top and bottom right are photos taken from a couple food truck parks out in the St. Augustine area. And the one in the upper right area is up in Gainesville area. And then a couple examples of some food truck just operating as an accessory use within areas. As you can see, the traffic cones are not unique to our ordinance. They're not uniformly required throughout all ordinances, but it's kind of a common occurrence for some operations. That said, recommended action is to adopt the ordinance and then with planning board's recommendations. If you have any other questions, I'm available.
Thank you, sir. Well, quick question. Do you feel that we've made the changes that the industry has requested?
We've definitely made significant effort to address the requests that the engaged stakeholders within the food truck industry have requested. As you recall, during the October 28th special workshop, the draft ordinance originally allowed for a principal site only to be operated, or for an accessory use on publicly owned or leased land through a program that Parks was going to potentially run. With the current draft, it allows for both those options, but also the accessory use that a lot of the individuals within the food truck community were looking at being able to do. So that way they could potentially go out to a privately owned site to have more opportunities to conduct business within the city.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the council?
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, I was just going to say, move approval of the ordinance of the first read for mobile food dispensing vehicles with the addition of the exact definition from the Land Development Code, plus the question that Councilman Miller asked with regards to permanent structures or permanent businesses, things of that nature.
Got a first?
Councilman Miller, could you touch
Yeah,
on
that-
the exact question?
I was a little confused by that one, sorry.
Clear as mud.
I thought it's unnecessary in terms of a principal use to require a barrier, in those situations when we wouldn't do that in a normal restaurant situation, unless someone can share what reasoning behind that would kind of preempt or trump what a restaurant would be required to do.
So, Mr. Hanson, can you maybe explain, like, staff's reasoning of why you wanted to put a barrier on a principal use to Mr. Miller's question? If for like a
Sure.
restaurant, we wouldn't have done that.
So, kind of an example of that.
That's
you
not to say the business itself wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's going on with it.
An example that you'd see in this upper right picture of this food truck park over in Gainesville, they have a recreational area for customers to sit around, lounge, read a book. They have hammocks and such. So some kind of area like that, where originally when drafting this ordinance, staff was envisioning some kind of small little playground area or potentially a splash pad. Since we live in Florida and 8 months out of the year, it's warm enough to use a splash pad. But as you see, they have seating area. They have a fence that separates the parking area from the area that people are internally contained. That way, if mom and dad are sitting in a couple of these loungers enjoying milkshake or a funnel cake or such, kids are running around playing. They might be tossing a frisbee around. It helps ensure safety so that the kids aren't walking or running into a drive out where a vehicle might be driving. But staff is more than willing to take a look into any kind of requirements for if a freestanding principal use restaurant was going to have an outdoor play place area, if there's any kind of fencing requirements.
That's like McDonald's, or like you even mentioned Chick-fil-A. The old McDonald's, they had the play sets outside. They'd have a fence around it so the kids wouldn't run out in traffic from the play area.
Sir, as one of those kids from back in the 80s and 90s that played in those outdoor play places at McDonald's and such, I remember every single one of them that I can recall as a kid had some kind of fence area, because I'd be looking out over the fence at the cars coming by.
I think
Does that answer your question, though, Councilman Miller?
I understand the reasoning. I still think there's an inconsistency between
Okay.
how we're practicing with one version of this business versus another version of the business. If it's so important, then why don't we have that requirement for restaurants as well?
Yeah, and to be on top of that, so like a good example, I think it was already brought up, would be the landing strip. They have a playground in the back. It's all fenced off from the parking lot. And I don't know if there's any, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, I don't know if there's anything like that in Palm Coast.
Liability-wise, like, it makes sense for the business to want to do that anyways, for safety, right? If these are permanent, semi-permanent vehicles that are parked in this food truck park, for extended periods, being able to lock it up is a bonus as well. But again, requiring it is different than allowing it.
The solid question. Ms. Grossman, to your knowledge, do we have like anything like that that would be applicable? Do we require any commercial restaurants or anything like that?
I don't think that really matters. I think if we're being congruent, that's the goal, right? We want to be
Yeah,
congruent.
It should be
and
consistent.
that's what I'm just trying to jog
I mean,
memory. Sometimes it comes up if we that's the practice we already have. That's all I'm trying to get.
Right.
So if it already exists in our code in other places for regular restaurants, then great, we have no issue. If it doesn't exist, we either need to make the decision as to whether or not we want to add it, or we want to remove it here in order to create that congruence.
I have one point. and that is that there's a basic difference in nature as to what this area we're talking about for the food truck area. It's an open area. There's no building to start with. There's no restaurant there. And it's not one business. It's multiple businesses are going to use that facility. Probably more than one food truck. And so, therefore, I think it makes sense to leave it in here because I do think for safety reasons you would want a secure area for the kids. So I would go along with the way it's written now, and then look, if we need to look at restaurants in general, then we do that as a separate issue.
No, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I
And
just think we
I
need
don't wanna
consistency.
belabor this because, I don't think this is the key, component of this entire issue. I just, again, consistency.
So I stated the motion specifically to make sure that we got an answer, a clear answer, before we moved on to the second read. But if you feel comfortable, then I'm happy to restate the motion.
Yeah, we can move forward
Okay.
and try to look
Mr.
for a
Mayor, I
solution.
move that the first read of ordinance 2026 XX mobile food dispensing vehicles be approved, and for first read with the addition of the exact definition from the Land Development Code on perimeter fencing.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We got a second. Okay. Any further discussion of the council?
Clarification,
Yes.
sir?
I've
Say again?
Oh, just a question of clarification.
We need to incorporate PLDRB's
Yeah,
recommendations.
we've already established that with the
But that has to be a part of the motion.
Yeah, he just has to cite that in the
restate it.
motion.
Okay.
With the two
I move approval of this ordinance of the first read to include the recommendations from the PLRDB and also the exact definition from the LDC and perimeter fencing for principal use.
Thank you. We got a second?
All right.
We got a second. All right, there we
Okay,
go.
I do have other things, Mayor, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Whew, painful this morning. All right. So for section, well, there's just a little typo, Marcus, on 4.2203, the second to the last line, you have I think a colon there. It just makes it confusing, just needs to be omitted. So that's just a grammatical thing. But substantively, section 4.22.04, indemnity. Mr. Hanson, was this added because this is standard from other food truck ordinances? And I ask because this is essentially asking the landowner that is submitting the application presumably on behalf of the food truck operator to be able to have food trucks on their property, and saying that that landowner will indemnify for any issues that happen at the, as a result of the food truck. Somebody gets hurt, something of that effect. I feel like that will deter landowners from wanting to allow food trucks on their property. But I do see the need for the city to not be liable for things that occur, right? But I guess if it's on their property, so let's say there's a food truck operator on the Home Depot property and somebody gets hurt. It's not the city anyways, right? It's going to be whoever the landowner is. So I'm just curious as to what the necessity of this language is.
When drafting that section after our last workshop, the idea was based on conversation with our food truck community. A lot of food truck operators talked about having insurance provisions in there that would essentially name the city as an additional insured on sites. So that very well could be a potential requirement. Likely if a food truck operation or a reservation program happens on publicly owned or leased facilities through city parks, I think that would probably be pragmatic. The indemnity clause was crafted for the operation of food truck operations on privately held sites that aren't controlled by the city as a means to help further protect and insulate the city from potential liability or damages of claims resulting in the potential for a potential safety issue where someone were to get hit by a vehicle if a food truck was operating in a vehicle use area.
But what? Sorry, I know. I feel like I feel like maybe I'm getting in the weeds on this a little bit, but I'm trying to not bring, and I'm doing the opposite. I can see not bring attention to something that could otherwise get us involved. Because if somebody gets hit on the Home Depot parking lot, Why would the city ever be named in that lawsuit?
Ms. Pontieri, I think this is a very, very protective, very, very unlikely scenario, but I'm guessing maybe the analysis was, hey, we put it in a permit to the city, they approved the plans, we did the plans as they permitted, and there was a result of an accident.
Right,
So
the
city
site,
is
site
liable.
plan, so to speak, or something
Yeah.
like that.
I very unlikely scenario, but I think there is a chance.
Okay, I see. All right, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And then section 4.2205, subsection B. There's a sentence in there, this is for accessory use. It says, MFDVs shall not operate on non-conforming or vacant lots. Are we specifying that? Obviously, if it's an accessory use, it can't by definition do that. So are we saying that principal uses could not operate on vacant lots?
So a principal use, ma'am, they'd have to go through a technical site plan application, and the principal use would be the actual use. So it wouldn't be an accessory use. The land would no longer be considered vacant because it'd be developed as a principal use for a food truck park on site. The language in there for not operating on non-conforming sites is to tie into our requirements found under section 1.10 of our Land Development Code to not increase any potential non-conformity of an existing site already.
So why do we add vacant? My issue is with the vacant lots, not the non-conforming. I agree with you on that. But to me, if you're to add vacant lots seems contradictory or very unclear. I mean, I get it. Once something is there, the lot's no longer vacant. But before something is there, it's technically vacant. So are we being ambiguous in our ordinance?
It might be semantic based on the language, but
Does it matter if we just say MFDVs shall not operate on non-conforming lots?
as an accessory use, I think we'd be fine with that language because it would essentially preempt any kind of mobile food dispensing vehicle operator from being able to operate on a lot that doesn't already have an existing principal use.
Which is the intent of the sentence, right?
Correct.
Then I think we just take out vacant lots. I think that's ambiguous and could be taken as contradictory and confusing to people who are trying to operate. The standards and dimensions that you all put in table 4-7, are those just standard in the industry? Is that where we got those from?
So looking over the language for dimensional standards, currently in there's language for a food truck space with a length of, I believe it was 25 feet by 20 feet. So how it works in our standard parking space within the city, we require parking space to have a length of 20 feet. There is a provision under section 5.04.02 subsection E6 that allows for a 2-foot overhang to reduce the length of a parking space from 20 feet to 18 feet under certain conditions. But based on the language to have a mobile food dispensing vehicle have a width of 20 feet, that was crafted as a means to tie into our requirement for the length of a parking space. And our standard parking space width is 9 feet. So 25 was established to basically cover over the space of 3 parking spaces to create an adequate area for the mobile food dispensing vehicle to operate in and allow an area for customer queuing outside of an area that might not otherwise be protected by the visual barrier of traffic cones.
Okay. And then the illicit discharge section, are there fines for that somewhere else in our code?
I'd have to confer with other staff on that. My understanding is that any kind of illicit discharge, they'd be responsible for immediate cleanup, but I'd have to double check if there's any kind of fines related to it. I imagine that's probably tied somewhere within the Code of Ordinances because our Land Development Code doesn't really dictate fines and fees and such.
Yeah, I would suggest, maybe not the first time, I would just suggest some type of fine schedule. So maybe the first time there's a warning, second time within a certain period of time, we start to fine because we want to make sure that these are just not words on paper. I don't know what council's feeling about that is, but illicit discharge is a pretty serious issue. We need to be environmentally conscious here, particularly if these are operating as accessory uses and they're going to affect other businesses. So I don't know what council's feeling is about that. Maybe have staff come back with something proposed for the second read.
I agree with you on that.
I have no problem with that.
Last thing, if there's a variance request, so let's say a food truck operator, so I'm thinking of one in particular, I know he only wants to sell coffee. And he wants to do it early in the morning when some of our contractors are out on the road and may want a cup of coffee in an area that doesn't have a coffee shop. But the specific location where he wants to operate does not open that early in the morning. And the way this reads is you can't have an accessory use that is open outside of the business hours of the principal use. I also read in other places that a principal use cannot be open from 2 to 6, which I agree with, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Do we have, so for like somebody who wants to have a coffee place open at 6 a.m., but maybe the place that they're located on doesn't open until 10 a.m., what is the objection to allowing them to be open if they're not, I can understand for restroom purposes, if there's needing to be, well, even if it's an accessory, they can't have seating. So I guess I just don't really understand why it is we're preventing folks from opening up earlier than what their principal use would be.
So the intent on that language, how it was originally written, was kind of a multi-prong facet where, yes, we were looking at potential restroom operations if people were there, but also as a site before it opens, it typically has vehicles and such coming in for loading purposes for the principal use. And then also from a property owner perspective, if I'm leasing a space for someone to operate on my site, personally, I would want to be there or have someone of, a manager or something like that there to ensure that my property is operating in an area where everything's safe, and in the event of some kind of incident, I would want to know immediately.
I agree with you, but that's a private issue between private businesses. So if a business says, hey, I don't mind if you sell coffee out of your food truck at 6 a.m., even though I don't open until 9 a.m., shouldn't that be between them? And I don't think that's really something that the government should dictate.
I mean,
so so there's two options here, in my opinion. Either we strike the that provision that says an accessory use can only be open when the main use is open, or we allow for some type of variance request within the site plan application. So in other words, if it can just state, are there any special issues that you would like to be considered by the plan administrator or whoever is reviewing this, and then they can say hours of operation would be XYZ. Just some type of mechanism for them to operate perhaps outside of these strict parameters. I'll leave it up to council, whatever direction you want to go, but I think we need to allow that availability.
And if you want to change that, that's definitely your purview to be able to do so. Getting rid of the tying it to the principal use hours might be more pragmatic than having additional variances put on, essentially the land use administrator's desk to review for applications. Otherwise, as Ms. Grossman just mentioned, potentially some kind of waiver requirement or something like that.
Yeah, I don't really care whatever you all think is the most, I would maybe leave that to staff is with regards to the most efficient way to make that happen. If it's a waiver or whatever it may be, I just think there needs to be some mechanism for our folks to get approval for that type of operation. And I don't know how council feels
I agree
about
with
that.
you that I think this is a private matter. That when this lease is signed, the landowner will dictate the hours of operation. But I see no reason for us to even be in. But we set time periods that obviously we know shouldn't, 2 to 6. Nobody should be operating in those time spans. But if there's a restaurant, say in European Village, that's open, till 2, or earlier, but there's other restaurants that aren't, potentially, they could be open later. I don't think it's our business, really.
Yeah.
As long as it's
Gentlemen?
conforming to the use of that property, right?
Don't need
The zoning.
Do you want to strike the time? Because it's based on the principal operation of the facility, right?
For an accessory use right now, yes.
Yeah. So,
So they would have to adhere to whatever that business's hours are in their operation.
Currently
at
as written.
At a maximum, right? They could be restricted even further by the landowner, but that would be the maximum they could have is the operational hours of the principal use of that property.
I don't see any problem with a waiver, request a waiver for early operation. not later operation, right?
Well, no, it can't be past 2. I want to keep the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah,
for
and
everybody.
The only
but-
reason I would say anything about the waiver is I just don't want to add more layers of stuff that code has to do.
I'm fine with either way. I'll leave it to you guys.
But yes, I agree. I'm the same way.
So, Mr. Hanson, go ahead.
I have one more thing, and this is a little off the wall, but this did come up here in the county, that we had a guy who was operating essentially a food truck on the water, basically a boat on the water selling food. We do have canals, and so I don't know if there should be something said about that. I just say that could come up. It's not a food truck, obviously, but it's essentially the same thing. We do have canals. So do we want to put anything in there that say this is not? Okay, all right. When it happens, what do we do?
You were hiding a can of worms under your seat there.
I guess I'm hesitant to say anything on that one because, and I'll look to Ms. Grossman, that's an enforcement issue. Like, I don't think code enforcement, canal-wise, you don't do a lot with the canals, I believe. So we kind of stay away from that area unless I'm missing something. And
It's interesting.
it's a good. I'll admit it. It's a good idea.
Actually,
Pretty profitable.
that'd probably be a good business model out at Matanzas Inlet.
But that's non-conforming property, right? So
Well, I'm thinking of the canals.
it's not
You know,
zoned
someplace-
anything, is it?
They would still have to follow all the state licensing requirements. So I mean, they are regulated that way at least. But
Let's-
So a
let's
point of
cross that bridge when we get
clarification,
there.
just so you're tracking for, on a boat, it wouldn't meet the definition for a mobile food dispensing vehicle per state statute.
Okay, perfect.
So for second read, can you work in something for waiver as far as early operation?
We can definitely do that.
Okay.
so got it.
Well, we got, we're gonna have to amend the main motion.
I got it. Okay.
Wait. Before we do that, let me make sure we got it. So because it looks
Vacant
like
lots.
from at least what I'm hearing, maybe you guys are saying two different things. I hear one, we're saying that they just don't want to have that requirement, like no restriction, other than the 2 to 6, and then I hear the other one is saying a waiver. So I think we would need some direction on which way this council would like to go.
I'm okay with getting rid of
Me too.
the restriction period and just making all food trucks have to be closed between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m.
I'm fine with
That's
that.
easy.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I think that removes the extra layer of enforcement that anybody else has to deal with, or waivers, approvals, inconsistencies, all that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I would recommend that the second be taken back and also the motion be taken back.
Mr.
and
Mayor,
restate.
I withdraw my motion.
Withdraw the second.
Okay,
you.
Mr.
I'd
Mayor,
second.
Always-
I move to approve the ordinance of the first read for mobile food dispensing vehicles. And I'm going to try to go through this, make sure we got it. Okay. Number one, to support the recommendations from the from the planning board. Okay. To add the definition from the LDC into the principal use of perimeter fencing. We caught that one typo, right? Yep. Fines, take a look at fines for illicit discharge. Did I miss anything?
Vacant lots on accessory use,
Vacant lots on accessory use,
and then the last thing.
and the withdrawal of the requirement for operating during the business hours of the principal use of the establishment.
Okay, Marcus, you got all that.
Just making the last note.
I will second all of that.
Better.
Vice Mayor, second the motion. Goodness gracious. Okay, any further discussion from the council?
We might have
Okay,
some
we're gonna open this up for public comment.
commentary.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheila Hines. I am the owner and operator of Sweet Sheila's Funnel Cakes. I've lived here 32 years. I'm so glad you guys are talking about us. I've been in business 16 years. I do want to say that I feel like these ordinances are fair and not overreaching. I still don't understand as we continue to reference Home Depot, the site plans, the orange cones. I've never seen a food truck with orange cones out in front of it. But as this stands, I'm pleased with this. I believe it will serve all of us because we sent out 65 emails. I want to note that those are not all food truck people. Those include a lot of different people who we're not talking about. You're talking about the boat guy. I've seen that happen. Amazon, $4,500. But these are tent vendors also that have different businesses, and we've not included that in the conversation. Okay, but I do want to say that this will work well for us. The other thing I want to say is probably the majority of actual food trucks, a vehicle, a mobile vehicle, we're probably, I would say in the city, that doesn't include the county, we probably have 22 to 25 actual vehicles, okay? I want to note they're vehicles. And I'm saying this because I want to come back to the commercial vehicle in my driveway. I pay $88 a month to drive it back and forth. I have a third of an acre on a corner lot. I'm a homeowner, and I want to be able to park my little trailer in my driveway. If you guys want a permit for $100, I'll give it to you. But there aren't that many of us out there. You really need to look at what these permits encompass. We're a very small population. When you go to Food Truck Tuesday, we have a large majority of people who are not Palm Coast citizens. They were from Ormond, they were from Jacksonville. So that's not really a good representation of what we have, because events here go out further. You can go to Creekside, there's 40 to 50. They're not all Palm Coast. Okay, they're from different areas. So I just want to make a note that I'm still standing up for commercial vehicles to have my food truck parked in my driveway, because it's a small amount of people here. So I want to commend you for doing this. I appreciate it very much. Maybe now small business will be able to go forward and operate. Palm Coast has never been a friend to small business. So I appreciate you guys taking this up very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
We have a brick and mortar, and we also have a concession trailer. That concession trailer has dual purpose. One is to raise money. It's, fundraising, but we do like to make a profit with that in order to operate it. So just to reinforce some of the safety concerns and all the health concerns, my trailer is inspected by the same inspector that does my restaurant. That trailer was inspected 3 times last year because we hit an annual twice in 1 calendar year. And also, when you go to a major event, they'll have a team of inspectors, and it doesn't matter, they have iPads, they know everything about your trailer or your truck. And they come on and give you a day because they inspect what you're doing that day. So we are regulated, we're inspected. Before I could ever get a license to come up here to the city to get my tax certificate, I had to turn in a floor plan, a menu, the make and model, all the safety standards, the sanitary standards for that trailer, and then the state called me and asked me questions. So that's before you ever. So with that said, and I carry a $2 million policy, and I have issued several certificates to different entities, the Parks Department, community center, different businesses. I can do that on demand, and everybody else should be able to. Now, Sheila touched on the tents. I worked under a tent. I followed the guidelines. I followed the rules. But I have gone to some events where there's people there with a bunch of crock pots in a circle on tables. And I know that's not so. In regards to the parks, I know that y'all are trying to open up a fair system. You cannot regulate, because it's a statewide regulation. I understand that. But when all the parks need to be on the same level playing field, and they are not right now, and you go to some and they're being run properly at events, you go to others and you're like, where did these people come from? And we're never included in any of those events, except for when the city invites us to a lot of events. We're on a list of vendors. Somehow we never get called, but that's okay. We have a brick and mortar. We're not trying to compete with the local food trucks as much. But I would like to see all the parks on the same standard. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Royer.
Well, good morning. My name is Raymond Royer. After this meeting, I have a noon appointment with the VFW. I was concerned about these permits that they're going to have for these vendors because my interview today with the VFW is to try to keep those halls open. In the next 10 years, the VFW, Elks Club, Italian Club, they're all going to be gone if we do not cater to the younger people, family members of the young people. I'm the last of the baby boomers. I'm 63. 64 is the end. So my interview today is to hope to bring growth, to bring younger membership into the club. And so I was really concerned about where you're going to go with this. So my future goal is to bring vendors to these sites on these private properties and these clubs. And there was another gentleman I was talking to. He goes, "Please go to the Elks Club. We need growth. Membership is dying in these clubs. And as a veteran, we need to keep these clubs going." Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Yes, sir.
Just one comment, and it doesn't actually, I guess, apply to the ordinance, but it concerns the food trucks, and I brought it up last time, and that is, as one of the people just presented, we have a small number of food truck owners in Palm Coast. They actually live in Palm Coast. Their business is Palm Coast. They keep their truck here. And when they're at a park here in town where there's a food truck event, they have to pay a permit fee for that particular event. And I was thinking to support our local businesses, maybe we could do something to say, have them do a yearly fee, that would cover any food truck events that occur on local parks. I just would like to see some way to give them a little nod to support their business one way or another, maybe with the permit fees. But that's not in this ordinance, so, but I mentioned it last time. I didn't want to let it go by without bringing it up again. If there's some, maybe a little more support for our local businesses.
Local businesses. Yes, sir. Anything else?
Councilman, I could address that. I'm a part of the CERT team, the special event team, and if a food vendor has a valid state food license, they don't have to pay a special event permit through the business tax office. I don't know if Parks and Rec charges any fees, but the business tax, they don't have to pay.
I'm talking about the Parks and Rec.
But usually the sponsors are charging fees. Like I had a real issue, and I brought this up to the previous city council. Vice Mayor may remember, was like the Strawberry Festival. How much they were charging our local vendors to come out for that event, like standard 12 by 12 tent. They were charging them like $170 a pop. Like, wait a minute, you're charging our local vendors that much money in our city, and then you're selling flats of strawberries for like $35, $37 a pop. I didn't agree with that at all. So usually the sponsors of the event charges them because they're trying to raise money and they have their overhead they have to pay and all that. So that's usually how.
You know that special events, if they have their state license, the city doesn't. We don't charge them a special event permit.
And outsiders coming from outside the city, they pay a temporary tax receipt, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Well, if there's any way to support our local.
We can try to address that later.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I just wanted to give you some information. Ms. Grossman, can you come explain, so right now, the way the ordinance is written, I know you guys talked about having a fine. If someone did not comply with this, they would go to code board and deal with the fines that way. I was just gonna have Ms. Grossman explain that and see if that's what you guys wanted to meet direction-wise, or if you wanted something different.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
Good morning, Council. Am I on? Yes. Hello? Yeah. The way it works right now, and I think Vice Mayor Pontieri brought it up, that not a first time, like we have a first offense, a second offense, and a third offense. So when you go to code board, we would come up with a fine amount, just like we do with any other item that comes to code board. So if you've got overgrown conditions and you're there for your third time, it's a little more expensive. Illicit discharge to me is a very serious thing. I think the maximum that we can charge per day is $250. So if, and when you talked of the Strawberry Festival, we did have an illicit discharge issue there. So illicit discharge is very important to me. We even had illicit discharge over at the Japanese restaurant, and there was also a stormwater system behind it, which is where the illicit discharge was going. So there is a mechanism already in place. It's your pleasure. I mean, personally, I think illicit discharge is a very serious situation. And we do have the right to charge up to $250 for each time that they're in violation.
As long as it's already addressed, then great.
It is already addressed in 162.
I just wasn't sure if that would be applicable to this as well.
Yes, we have illicit discharge, and we have taken previous cases of illicit discharge to Code Board.
Perfect.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
I don't have any other comments. I just really want to thank you guys. I know this was a heavy lift, so thank you to staff. Thank you to all of our food truck operators who reached out to us, who provided feedback, who engaged in this process, because this was a first time for us, so we couldn't have done it without all of your efforts. So thank you.
Anything else from the council? I'm hoping if you can pass along, Mr. Hanson, to the food truck vendors, hopefully they watch, if they're not, they're not here, they can watch this later, and if they have any questions, they can come for the second read, and we can try to iron that out if we have to.
We'll definitely extend the invitation again, and I'll include when I email them the link to the YouTube video for this meeting.
All right, thank you, sir. Anything further? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to resolutions. Our first up is Resolution 2026, authorizing and approving the issuance of not to exceed $330 million utility system refunding and revenue bond series 2026. We had this at the workshop last week.
Wait. Mine's not in order. But
You want to cue this up, city attorney or city manager?
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. I apologize, those microphones are not on. So yes, you are correct. We saw this item at workshop. So this morning, I have with me our bond counsel that will review the resolution with City Council Chris Rowe, with Brian Miller Olive. Also, Joel Tyndall with Hilltop Securities is here if you have any questions on the actual makeup of the proposed bond. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I am Chris Rowe. I'm with the law firm Bryant Miller Olive, which serves as bond counsel to the city.
Repeat your name again, sir.
I'm Chris Rowe.
Chris, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I prepared the resolution that you have for consideration this morning. I'll give you a brief overview on it. Glad to answer any questions you might have. Just for brief context, in 2021, the city adopted a resolution which serves as we call the master utility
Mayor,
bond resolution.
sorry, I'm
still not able to hear.
I don't have canon ears, and I'm having a hard time hearing.
How about now? A little better now? I'll lean in a little more. Okay, sorry about that. So for context, in 2021, the city adopted a master utility bond resolution. And basically what that resolution does is it authorizes the issuance of bonds from time to time for purposes of financing capital improvements to your utility system. It's basically a contract between the city and the lenders who provide the city with loans on occasion to finance those improvements. The resolution uses the vernacular of bond issues. A bond issuance is merely just borrowing money. You issue a bond, it serves as the promissory note or the evidence that you owe a debt obligation to the lender. That master resolution sets forth all the terms, conditions, and covenants that are associated with any utility system borrowing incurred by the city. It basically describes the source of revenue you use to repay the loans over time, that being the revenues of the utility system, establishes various covenants, basically promises by the city to its lenders to ensure that the lenders are repaid the amount that they've lent to the city,
And it provides that anytime the city wants to borrow money for a particular purpose, a given capital project, it will authorize that bond issuance through a supplemental resolution. The supplemental resolution refers back to the master resolution for all the details associated with repayment, but it provides the terms of the given borrowing. It describes the project that you're undertaking, et cetera. What you have for consideration this morning is a supplemental resolution that authorizes bonds in a capital amount a principal amount not to exceed $330 million. If the city is to issue the bonds, the proceeds of the bonds will be used to finance certain improvements to your utility system, which I understand were discussed at some length during the workshop last week. Also, in the event there are cost savings opportunities, a portion of the bond proceeds may be used to refund outstanding debt that this city has that was issued in 2021. The supplemental resolution sets forth various parameters or conditions that have to be met in order for these bonds to be issued. For instance, it limits the amount that can be borrowed to $330 million. It provides the maximum rate of interest. It provides the date by which the bonds have to mature, basically a 30-year term. It also says that that refunding of the 2021 bonds can occur as long as it results in savings for the city. Typically, anytime you refund or refinance a debt obligation, you're doing so to save money. And that's basically what this parameter says. This will be structured as a publicly offered transaction. The city can go a couple different routes when it borrows money. It can work with a local or regional bank and negotiate directly with the bank for a purchase of a bond, basically, a loan. However, when the amount being borrowed is high, relatively high compared to a bank loan, it's typically most expedient and efficient for a city to publicly offer the bonds. In the case of publicly offered bonds such as this, there are a number of participants in the transaction. One is an underwriter or group of underwriters who essentially purchase the bonds from the city and then remarket them to the investment community. If there's a refunding, like I described, sometimes there's engaged an escrow agent that holds the proceeds of the bond and then uses them to refund the refunded debt over time. There's, importantly, what's known in the resolution as the preliminary offering statement or preliminary official statement. This is a relatively lengthy document prepared by another consultant to the group, the Disclosure Council, that basically describes all sorts of information about the city, about the purpose for which you're borrowing the money, the terms of the bonds, the system, in this case, the utility system that's being improved, a lot of demographic information about the city, et cetera. That is used by the underwriters to market the bonds. This resolution, in addition to authorizing the borrowing, approves various form documents that will be used for the publicly offered transaction, including the preliminary official statement, the escrow deposit agreement. It approves the form of a paying agent agreement by which the city will engage an outside firm to act as the principal entity that's responsible for paying the bonds on the city's behalf. So with that, I'm glad to answer any questions about how the bonds are structured, about the resolution, or anything else related to the financing.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the council?
I just had one question about the optional municipal bond insurance. Do we have this? Is this something that is just standard policy for us to keep?
So there are various ways a city can go about obtaining more favorable terms for a given borrowing that's publicly offered. One of which is to purchase municipal bond insurance. Basically what that is the city will set aside a small amount, relatively small amount of the bond proceeds and use it to purchase an insurance policy, whereas the insurer will step in and make the principal and interest payments on the debt if for some reason the utility system revenues aren't sufficient to do that. The lender, the bond holders, view that debt then as being more secure than it would otherwise be, and so they would offer generally a lower rate of interest. So the key is to determine whether or not the lower rate of interest you'll achieve pays for the purchase amount of the policy, and that's something that is basically determined by staff working with a financial advisor, sometimes the underwriter's input. It's a step that will occur a little bit later in the process. If this resolution is adopted today, we envision the bonds actually being issued and the money being made available in about 3 months. And between now and then, there's various steps that have to occur, one of which will be the sizing of the bond issue, the pricing, and the determination whether to purchase insurance.
Okay, so will that issue come back before council, Helena? Because there's two things. We don't know what the economy is ever going to do. We don't know. I know for myself, and I think for a lot of the residents, we want to make sure that we're not depending on an influx of future growth to pay for these bonds, and we're relying on utility rates and fees, right, to pay for these. So we want to make sure we're not projecting and needing a lot more residents coming online in order to pay for this. So for me, if the numbers work out, I would like us to purchase this insurance just to make it more secure. But I would like to see those numbers come back as you all are finalizing this transaction. Will that come back before us?
So the schedule, I'm sorry, this is not working. You want to go in? I apologize.
Good morning. Joel Tyndall with Hilltop Securities. We serve as the city's financial advisor. The issue specifically, the resolution provides the flexibility under certain parameters to proceed, so that would not necessarily come back to you. Now, given your credit ratings, insurance isn't necessary. The bonds can still be sold at a pretty good interest rate. You have good credit ratings. Bond insurance would only make sense if it made economic sense at the time that we get closer to pricing. And we're not talking about substantial savings with insurance given your current ratings. It might not be that significant or might not be at all. So insurance is not necessary. This is just giving the ability to use it if it makes economic sense when we get closer.
Okay, so in the numbers that, and forgive me because we've been through so many numbers on these things. In the numbers that we're projecting, as far as what we have to bring in order to make these payments, do we know what we're relying on as far as future residents coming online, future users, or are we only relying on our current user base to pay these back?
It was Bieber data, wasn't it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I can't remember. If it's current Bieber or is it projected Bieber? I think that matters.
So part of the financing team and the documents that are being gathered is a feasibility study, and that is performed by Raftalis, which is our rate consultants. And part of what they do is actually calculate our ability, right, to repay and what is our debt ratio coverage. And that's what's in the process of being completed. So it will be, there is a growth portion to it, but there's also reliance on our current rates, the rates that have been adopted by council, and future connections coming online.
Okay. I'm relying on future connections, future homes, et cetera, in anything always makes me nervous.
Yes, it is definitely a conservative estimate that is being used.
That was my next
Yes,
question.
ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, perfect.
Anything else?
I just had one.
Yes, sir.
For someone who's not very smart in this thing. Apparently Raymond James has a little different role in this, and I think you explained that in your opening statement. But do they control all the bonds and then they spread them to the other financial institutions, or just a little bit more information on what Raymond James's role is compared to the other financial institutions?
Sure. As the lead manager, the senior manager, they control what's called the books. So when the orders come in, they compile all the orders together. So for example, you may have, and just using rough numbers, let's say $100 of bonds you're selling, you might get orders from the different financial institutions in the syndicate that total 200. So you have more orders for the bonds than you have bonds to sell. So the senior manager they basically control the books, see all the orders come in, and then ultimately allocate the bonds out to the various orders. So they do have a larger part in the sales process and the marketing process of the bonds than the other co-managers. But the co-managers of the other financial institutions, as part of the transaction, help sell the bonds. So they broaden your distribution, bring in more sales, and try to bring in more orders. And kind of supply and demand, the more demand you get from buyers, hopefully the better price you get on your bonds.
Okay, thank you.
You happy?
I got that.
Anything?
Well, my thought here is just Raymond James really is going to run this thing. Do they make reports to someone here, like every week about how things are going or that kind of thing?
So in our role as a municipal advisor, we basically work on the city side of the table and make sure that we're reviewing the whole sales process. We'll look at the orders coming in, look at the rates, and we'll provide input and advice to the city regarding whether we believe the rates, et cetera, are fair.
Thank you, sir. You had something, Councilman Gambaro? Anything else from the council? This is a big deal. It's a big deal for our city, and I hope everyone understands that.
Mayor, I'm sorry. There were a lot of concerns online about whether or not this specific bond transaction was violative of our city charter. Can you please explain why it's not, Helena? Or somebody explain that for the benefit of our residents.
Yes, ma'am. The city has a charter provision, and I believe it's Article 4, Section 3E. It basically says anytime the city enters into what it calls a multi-year unfunded contract that extends for more than 3 years in its repayment term, or is more than $15 million in principal amount, you have to get referendum approval by the citizens of the city voting in an election. Certain types, although the charter doesn't define what unfunded multi-year contract means, oftentimes when you're issuing debt, like a bond issue, that, as I mentioned, the resolution you're adopting serves as a contract between you and the lenders. So in 2003, we as bond counsel took the conservative position that bond issues are subject to that charter provision. And we sought circuit court approval for our interpretation of the charter requirement in the context of utility bonds, where when you're using your utility system revenues, which are an existing revenue source, and pledging those to the repayment of the debt, that is not an unfunded multi-year contract within the meaning of the charter. And we have a court order dating back to 2003 that affirms that.
Can we just make that a public record?
Of course.
Thank you. So if we can maybe enter that in the business, in the meeting minutes, if I have consensus for that, for clarity to our residents. I've been trying to explain, and look, government financing is not easy to explain. So I can appreciate the residents who don't understand. I didn't understand it before I became a city council woman. So the fact that this is an enterprise fund that has utility revenue, thank you, that comes in, makes it, or takes it out of that qualification as an unfunded debt. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any further questions? We'll open this up for public comment. Sir, if you can step aside for a minute. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte, I would definitely like a copy of that court order that sought to approve that. This is actually an unfunded loan because it relies on future revenue. So there is no guarantee of future revenue or population. This is more loan sharking. The violation of the city charter, I'm concerned about the 2021 adopted resolution, the master utility bond resolution. From time to time, we didn't have any 2021 resolution, or this is bypassing the citizens, the electors of the city. So I want to see that as well, where this was approved. From having size, price, and otherwise not knowing whether they're going to purchase insurance is a big concern. Provision 3E is still a big concern here. What insurance policies do they have to offer? Describe how interest rates are monitored and dispersed and how they're held. Where are the safeguards to protect the homeowners of Palm Coast? What benefits does the city have? How is the community going to benefit from this? Why are there no caps on the water rate hikes for the residents of Palm Coast? So the revenues are promised to the lenders. Who are the underwriters? Who are the consultants? And pre-approval of various form docs? Pre-approval for various form docs. Who's making up this a la carte as they go?
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, K-Section. This is kind of, my question is, exactly what is this bond issuance going to fund? What is this money for? How is it going to get repaid? For the average citizen, there's not enough transparency for us to understand what's really transpiring here. As I understand it, the local residents are going to be on the hook to pay this back. Perhaps we get additional development to contribute to it, but what if we don't? This is simply more of a burden on the existing current residents of Palm Coast. And like Ms. Duarte said, you've taken away our say in whether we want this. What does no action look like on this? What if you vote no? What are the implications? Are there any? Why do the city employees work for the developers rather than we the people and the residents? Why can't we seek federal grants and FDOT grants to fund this, I'm assuming, new utility? That's what grants are for. FDOT and federal grants should not be used for anything that's going to put a burden on the local residents or affect our safety, health, and welfare. Have you looked into grants to fund these utilities? They're out there. The county knows they're out there. $75 million so far for the airport in the middle of Palm Coast. How did that help any resident? I don't want to get off topic, but it is the same topic. These grants are out there. You cannot put this kind of financial burden on the current residents of Palm Coast. It's wrong. And the semantics don't matter. I mean, they can spin it how they want it to be spun. But the bottom line is it's going to negatively affect your constituents who are the current residents of Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Mr. Davis.
My name is Jeremy Davis, P section. I'm here this morning because the city is asking this community to accept a utility bond package not to exceed $330 million. This includes refinancing and a large new money portion for projects. The city says it's backed by utility revenues, not property taxes. Fine, but utility revenues are still resident dollars. And that is still a long-term obligation that can total far more once interest is included. Residents are not your personal ATM. If you want ratepayers to carry decades of repayment, then you owe them transparency up front, not after the money is gone. Regardless of how the charter is interpreted, residents deserve full transparency before leadership commits to debt on this scale. Here is my request, and it deserves an answer in writing before this debt is finalized. First, publish the city attorney's legal opinion with citations explaining why this multi-decade pledge of utility net revenues is appropriate under Florida law and the current charter. Do not give slogans. Do not say enterprise fund and move on. Put the opinion on the city's website and make it part of the public record. Second, the city is only now doing the feasibility study. Residents cannot evaluate what does not exist yet. Do not finalize hundreds of millions in debt before the feasibility study and the complete rate impact model are completed. Published online, and residents have a fair opportunity to review the assumption, projected rate path, debt service coverage targets, reserve levels, and how long reserves can cover any projected deficits. Third, publish the detailed project list tied to the new money portion with timelines, percent design, budgets to date, and known contingencies. If a project is only 5% or 10% design, say that. If estimates can change, acknowledge it. Do not ask residents to sign a blank check. Fourth, publish the governance and oversight plan. Who oversees the project funds? What controls prevent scope creep? what thresholds require council approval for change orders, what independent audits will be performed, and on what schedule, and what public dashboard will provide monthly updates on spending, schedule adherence, and change orders. Needing upgrades is not the debate. We all want safe, reliable utilities. The debate is whether leadership locks in decades of repayment without transparency, written justification, and strong guardrails. This morning, I'm asking council to require the receipts before closing on any bond issuance. Facts first mean receipts first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Shanks.
Good morning, Sandra Shank. I'm glad that I was here for this on this morning because I agree with all of the previous speakers. To consent to this resolution would be a grave mistake. I remember when I stood before the previous council to be interviewed for the District 4 seat, and I was asked if I would have voted for the previous bond referendum. And I said, absolutely. Now we're asking, you're seeking to approve 20 times the amount that the referendum asked for the citizens to approve. It's a lack of transparency. The presenter stated that the insurance, he recommended the insurance. If this is a funded mandate, then there is no need for insurance. He recommended the insurance because it is an unfunded mandate. We're saying, we've already stated, we didn't say the percentage of the projections on future growth, but we said that it includes future growth. As the previous speaker stated, the feasibility study has not even been completed yet. So you're talking about $330 million. The industry shows us with housing, the housing market is crashing. So you're talking about future growth, that's a negative. So you would be approving $330 million for those residents who will be able to remain within the city, not considering those who are already facing foreclosure. Those are lost revenues. Again, $330 million on a referendum that people were advised to vote against that will have limited your ability to do this. So even though the city charter was stated, he quoted the city charter. Remember, he recommended also the insurance. And the insurance is to guarantee those investors the return on their money if the city should lack generating the revenue to support funding this unfunded mandate funding for $330 million while taking away the voice of the people who will be required to fund it. So I encourage you not to move forth with this resolution that is a contract on behalf of the citizens who have no voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. I would encourage a lot of people that made comments to go back and watch the workshop that we just had last week that we talked about how the money was going to be spent, the CIP, where the money was going, servicing the debt, refinancing debt to lower rates to save money. This is a big deal, and we fought this back in the spring of last year. I actually voted against it, but we're at this position now, and we have to move forward because we have to improve our systems. The same people that sat there and said we don't want to do that, we don't want to do that, will complain about green water and chastise the city for not doing the right things on water. Why not, provide any resolutions, how to fix it. We have to invest money to fix our systems. We have 19,000 houses in the queue right now. And this council has not approved any new developments in the last year. Any new developments in the last year. We only had one administrative approval, and that was already an existing project. But legislation changes, and approval authorities change. And we're fighting that every day.
That was the Live Local? I believe.
I forgot the name of it. It was the last phase that was an administrative approval.
Oh,
Lauren
okay,
knows it
gotcha,
all.
yeah.
What's the name of the project, Lauren? Seminole Palms. It was the third phase, the last final phase.
Gotcha.
But this council has not approved any new houses. So I want the public to know that we're up here fighting, and we're going to continue to fight. We have to have that industrial, commercial growth. We can't just keep building houses. Our economy doesn't need to be house, home, apartment based. And that's a lot to overcome for a young city. Anything from the council?
No, I was just going to add on, Mr. Mayor, to the points that you made, that also in the spring, that you referenced, there were multiple workshops, multiple business meetings where we discussed and voted on these things. The CIP plan was presented then as well. And in terms of that, because the rates and the feasibility study at that time that Reftelis did, it's what directed the rates in order to make this bond refunding a fully funded bond issuance. So that's why it is that way, because of the rates, and that's why we had all those public meetings. There's also a utility, I believe it's the utility master plan or strategic plan. I can't remember the title exactly. That's on the city website that has a ton of information. It also has YouTube links to those meetings back then when they were done. So that information is out there. It's been published in multiple agendas across the last year. So it's not anything that just came out of nowhere. We've talked about this many, many times. It's a very serious issue. I don't think anybody ran for office to be within the first air raising rates on residents for water. It's not something I ran on or wanted to do. It's because our utilities are failing and need cash, right? They need money to fix. And so we need to fix our utilities. And so that's the investment we're making. It's not easy. We're all in this together. I'm paying the same rates. So it's us trying to fix the infrastructure. And I think almost everybody here at some point ran on infrastructure. There's problems that we have with infrastructure. Utilities is one. The next problem is roads. We're working on that as well, trying to figure out a way to get caught up on roads to provide everybody that lives within the city the infrastructure they deserve. So that's where we're at. But there's a ton of information out there. It's been out there for a very long time. It's available to everybody. That utility strategic plan that's published online has direct links to some of those council meetings. I think maybe they're even clipped for that specific agenda item. So that's a good resource if anybody wants some more information.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. Thank you, Councilman Gambaro. So I definitely appreciate the mayor and Councilman Miller's comments, because this has not been an easy decision. And we actually were asked to raise the utility rates higher and to take out even more bonds. And we said, no, figure it out with less. And we've done that across the board. I think we've been pretty consistent. We've asked staff to work really hard and figure out how to do more with less, and you've done it. So I can appreciate that. I want to address two specific inquiries. One, with regards to what we have done to try to get grants and try to get funding from the state for appropriations for our water. Last year, you can go and look at Governor DeSantis's vetoes. They're all utility projects. Across the board, he vetoed appropriations for utilities. He said that was because there were other grants out there for utilities. I believe that that's an interesting statement because those utility grants were specific to disaster-affected areas, so we did not qualify for many of them. So we had utility appropriation asks on our list. We prioritized them. We went to Tallahassee and we asked for them, and I believe we were given one, and then it was stricken, wasn't it?
Yeah, so, well, we did get two. So there was two that were on the larger list for the higher level rates that we did not go with. Two projects that were on that list, I believe we got state appropriations for last year. And then I believe one of our asks this year is also part of that project list, I think in Seminole Woods.
Yeah, yeah, we are asking that in stormwater. We're still prioritizing it. So we're trying to do everything that we can under the sun to get monies so that this does not fall on local ratepayers, but it has to at some point, because we also raised the utility fee or the utility impact fees 2 years ago, Marcus, was it 3 years? I think it was 2 years ago. And we raised those to the statutory max. And I asked at that time, can we do it more than that? But I'm pretty sure we'd be on the receiving end of a lawsuit from our wonderful HBA had we done that then, just like we are for raising the impact fees above the statutory maximum now. So we have literally done everything that we can to avoid taking out these bonds at this level. With regards to the charter referendum, this is wholly separate. So I'll reiterate, I understand kind of the difficulties in understanding those dynamics, but it is separate. The other thing, Mr. Roche, can you please come up here and explain, if we said no today, what would happen? That was a specific question. What would happen if we said no today to this bond?
Certainly, the infrastructure would not be funded. The first priority one is the consent order on the wastewater treatment plant that's over a year old. That requires the plant to go from 6.83 million gallons a day to 10.83, and that project, counting engineer and all, is encroach into $200 million. It simply would not happen. Consent order.
And so there's a state consent decree.
Definitely.
Correct on that. And then we talked about what the potentials were back in March of last year, I think it was, about fines that potentially we can receive, and they can actually seize the utility, the operations of the utility as well, I believe, under that consent decree. Is that accurate?
I think that's a type of world I don't think anyone would ever want to
Right.
dream
We don't
on
wanna be
taking
there.
that path. I think the DEP could do what they want at that point in time.
Yeah.
And we also discussed some interim things that can be done to help with the tinge of the water. If you could just keep us updated on the progression of that after you've spoken with your team more about how we can maybe speed up some of those efforts, even though we've talked about what it actually means for the quality and the safety of the water. Just the fact that our residents are paying a premium for this water. So I think it's important to all of us that we get that, no pun intended, cleared up. So if you all can continue to update us and keep working on that, I'd appreciate it.
Definitely will. And that was a $120 million investment on the several water wells and water plants.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Gabriel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll work back to you.
2 days after I was sworn in to serve on this council, we had Hurricane Milton hit. And I was out there with the residents, helping cut trees down, making sure people were safe from power lines. And those of us that were on council, I think the vice mayor also as well, went out to inspect the wastewater treatment plant at overcapacity because of the intense water intrusion that were happening. The previous council and this council committed to our residents to taking action, okay? And we've done that. But in order to get funds from Tallahassee, we have to do our own push-ups here. We have to show that we've made progress, that we've exercised all of the tools that we have necessary to help our own residents out. And we did that. We did that before we went to Tallahassee. We made the hard choice. We laid out all the analysis of why it's important, not just for the wastewater treatment plant, for our water treatment plants. And again, as the mayor said, this was all laid out beautifully last week at the workshop. We encourage you to go look at that. Okay? This was not an easy decision. So the decision was made back in the spring to proceed. This decision has been made by this council. Now, for the bond, as in any good business, you've got to have X amount of revenue, right? The new rate started in April, and then the next series of rates started in October. You have to have money in the bank and the revenue there to be able to show that you're worthy to take out a bond to execute the decision that was made last April. Okay? All along the way, as Councilman Miller said, we have been transparent throughout the process. We have taken input. It has been a hard decision, and we didn't, as the vice mayor said, we didn't tackle everything that we need to tackle because it's just too much. We had to prioritize and do what makes sense. And then on top of that, and on top of the utility piece, we made the hard decision to raise impact fees in a way that needed to be done to support all of our projects. Because guess what? Not all of the funding for what we're trying to do with our utilities comes from the utility rate. The impact fees, we have projects that are eligible for impact funds that help offset that. We can't do it with just one pot of money or the other. It has to be both. And if we're serious about maintaining and keeping this city the paradise that it is, We have to make the hard decisions, and we have to move forward together as a team. Then and only then can we get these federal funds. Right now, we're not getting any help. And I got to tell you, it's part of the reason I'm seeking higher office, because I am sick and tired of the federal government not supporting this council and supporting our residents. Okay? So I'll leave it at that. But we have been transparent, and we've gone out of our way. We're making the right decision because it is important for the future of our community. And it's the right thing to do. So I'll let Councilman Sullivan speak, and then Mr. Mayor will make a motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sullivan?
Right. Being the person on the council right now who came in latest, I came in last April, I feel I've been fully briefed, fully understand what's going on. I was at the county for the 8 years previous, so I'm not unaware of the issues that have come forward. But I feel that we have explained it as best we can. I know the $330 million is a lot of money. It is significant. It's probably the biggest amount of money in one shot that the city or even the county has ever had to deal with. But that's why we do 30-year bonds, because it's true the current residents will be paying, but so will people who haven't even been born yet will be paying for this. You have to spread large investments like this over long periods of time, and that's simply what we're doing now. I agree with what the other members of the council have said on this, and that's my feeling.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from the council?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution.
Second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any further discussion from the council? Were we good with that public discussion, Marcus, or should we have made it before? We're good? As long as we have public input. Okay, Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we're moving on to resolution number 4, resolution 2026, approving revisions to Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, AHAC bylaws. Miss Jackie, you got this one? You may have to go up to the podium.
Okay, I'm Jackie Gonzalez in the Community Development Department in Planning, and with me today is Devery. Say your last name, Devery.
Devery Paradowski.
I get it wrong every time. She's actually here from Flagler County Health and Human Services. She is the clerk for the Health and Human Services and our AHAC committee. And so I'm actually here with her to present the AHAC bylaws that were recently updated. Just to give you guys a little bit of background, under Florida Statute 420-976, basically it requires that the city and the county advisory committee, we adopt an advisory board that is joint to help facilitate affordable housing while protecting the ability of the property to be appreciated in value. We have advisory roles, focus, and impacts. The joint committee serves both Flagler County and Palm Coast, and members are elected. Members of the elected officials and House stakeholders are part of the committee, as well as it aligns with the SHIP program requirements for local housing goals. Our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee require a component of the SHIP program. So this is basically us having an affordable housing committee. In order for us to receive SHIP funds, which we were allocated in 2009, we needed to create this committee that's an advisory committee that will be appointed by both City Council and County Commission. Some of the bylaw updates that we did, formal recognition of joint governance, which means that we wanted to make sure that both the committee was not represented of just one entity. There were times where it was all Flagler County members and no City of Palm Coast representatives at all. We wanted to make sure that we were both recognized and we both had members and membership on the committee. We needed to update the appointment process and talk about ex officio members and how to align having member terms as well as filling vacancies to be consistent from both county and city. And then a dual appointment process. It wasn't clear how we were appointing these members. So we had at time people who were not qualified under the SHIP guidelines serving as committee members. So we kind of cleared that up a little bit and made sure that we had both CFAT, which is our advisory board here at the city, representative planning board members and AHAC members from the county, as well as updating and make sure that we had equal representation on the board based on allocation of funds. We wanted to make sure we clarified meeting procedures, conflicts of interest and ethics, referral and review processes, and bylaw adoptions and amendments. Those were very important to make sure that we were consistent and that we followed the pattern of regulations that was set as an example by our city council and our county commission board. So on September 23rd, 2025, AHAC members approved the adopted version, and if revisions, any corrections of the statute that clarify governance and procedures, and staff is recommending that City Council approve the updated AHAC bylaws upon approval. The bylaws will be transmitted to the Flagler County Board of Commission for final adoption. Do you guys have any questions at this time?
I have a couple. So I understand that, there's a requirement to review bylaws every year. It seems to me that some of these changes are like clarifying what we already assumed the committee was, right? Like putting it down in paper. I just wonder why now versus 2 years ago, or what spurred this change on this review versus others prior to it?
As the city began to become more active in the AHAC advisory board, we started realizing inconsistencies when it came down to appointing staff to that board or our volunteers to that board. But there was no written language anywhere that actually clarified how that procedure was to take place. So staff felt that this time it was that we needed to make sure that we adopted the same policies and procedures that we have here at the city with our other boards that are adopted, and be consistent on all stands.
Okay, that's all I have. Sorry.
I just had one, Section 10 voting. It discusses a conflict. And it says a conflict exists when a member, their employer, agency, or business has a financial interest in a matter before the committee. I would respectfully request that it also add an immediate family member. So a conflict exists when a member or their immediate family member, employer, agency, or business has a financial interest. I know on a national level, I wish we had that. And so I can't not advocate for something on the local level that I think should exist for Congress, for instance.
No problem, we can add that to it.
I mean, I'm one person, so I don't know what the consensus of council is on that,
No,
but
I
that would be my
absolutely agree
request.
with that.
I have
What was?
no
what was the
problem.
Item?
Conflicts of interest, what
What's the
paragraph?
number?
It's, if you go to the chart, you see the chart, Councilman Sullivan,
Yeah.
that's in here, Section 10, voting. If you look in the second column, or I guess the third column, it says proposed bylaws. In that second paragraph, it says a conflict exists when a member, their employer, et cetera. I would like to add a member or their family member, employer, agency, et cetera. So just adding immediate family member.
Okay.
Any other?
Yeah, I would support that. I go back to my time on the school board, and we had a school board member that was approving contracts to where the spouse ended up getting all the, getting the work, and I was, I highlighted that, so I think that's transparency.
So this provision would remove them from the committee altogether.
I think just from that voting, just from voting on those items, right, that are a conflict?
Yes, this is Debbie Paradowski. So yes, it would prevent them from voting on something. They don't historically vote on any kind of funding issues. They're only voting on regulatory issues, and the state wants us to keep it that way in order to try to avoid conflicts, but you are correct.
But so it says in here, as an AHAC advisory body, members with a standing conflict that was defined before must obtain a written waiver of conflict from their appointing jurisdiction. Without such a waiver, the member must resign.
Also, I think I'd say immediate family member.
Right, immediate, I said that.
Did you say that? I thought you said family member.
I'm just clarifying that this isn't preventing, someone doesn't say, hey, I've got a conflict on this vote and I'm abstaining from the vote. This is preventing them from being on the committee altogether. Just clarifying that so everybody knows that.
May I add something to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so we did get some guidance from our county attorney's office and from Florida Housing on this. And the reason that that is something that comes up is because it can be difficult to find people that meet the statutory requirements for AHAC. And so a lot of times there is a conflict. And what they suggest is to because committees are the only thing that can get that waiver. For example, as an employee, I cannot also have a contract with Flagler County government. So committees are also held to that same standard, but committees, advisory committees, may get a waiver. So we're requiring them to request a waiver. So we can indeed add, if they have an immediate family member, to request that waiver. And that's to comply with the statute for that.
Who would be the authority to grant that waiver in these cases?
So it would be Palm Coast City Council if they had a conflict with the city, or it would be Flagler County Board of County Commissioners if they had that.
It would be the elected officials. Okay.
Actually, maybe both of them would have to.
They would have to go to both boards.
Yeah.
It'd have to be both, approved by
Yes.
both?
Yes.
Because it's a joint?
Yes.
It's a joint regulatory.
Any other issues?
So just to clarify, because I do want to kind of make sure we're very clear about this. So for some reason in the chart, it says section 10 voting, but if you go to the actual bylaws themselves, it's actually section 11. In the second paragraph, it says a conflict of interest shall exist when a member may experience a special private gain, loss, et cetera. So that's what we're talking about, adding the family member, immediate family member, condition 2. That doesn't have to do with the ability to be a member. So I think that addresses the issue anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't say, that second part of what's in that box on the chart is
Right.
not in this section. That basically says a member must receive a waiver in order to remain on the committee.
That's a separate
Oh,
section.
there's a
You go to the
formal
bottom.
waiver,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a completely separate section. So I think it's a non-issue.
No, I'm just making sure everybody knew.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
It wasn't, I'm abstaining from this vote because this vote specifically has a conflict. It's, I either get a waiver and I'm on the committee or I'm not on the committee. Yeah.
So, Marcus, with this, can we approve this resolution with that change, or does it have to table it and let them fix it with the?
It's just a resolution, so it wouldn't come back for 2 reads. So if you guys
Okay.
get direction or consensus
All right. All right, so we're good with that, Jackie? You understand what we want?
Yes, sir.
Immediate family members?
Got it all written down.
Anything else with the council? Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the amendment for, was it?
Immediate family.
Immediate family.
To section 11, right?
To section 11 of conflict.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion on the council? We'll open up for public comment. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, K-section. Just a quick thing, and I've asked for this before, but in a manner to provide full transparency to all residents of Palm Coast, I'm going to ask you again if you could consider putting the full agenda packet on the city's website so folks at home can see what you see, unless we specifically ask for the agenda packet or have one of you send it to us. This is the only way we can see the details of what you're discussing. So most residents don't know the intricacies of what you discussed just now. Flagler County has it on their website, the full packet, without having to jump through hoops to get it or, have an action that is in full transparency. So again, I want to request that you put the full packet on the city's website so all residents can have the details of what the board is looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Royer? You're on that, right? You're on the AHAC? Not anymore? You were, right?
Raymond Roy, I'm on the public side.
Okay.
I tried to get on the advisory board. I got fingerprinted. That's as far as it went. So, but I'm happy to be on the public. I'm very happy with the staff as the advisory board. I'm happy with Charles showing up. I wish he could make more of the meetings, but if any member, if he's busy with something else, it'd be nice to have another member of the county show up. This is very important for the whole county, including Palm Coast. Affordable housing is a desperate need right now. And like she just mentioned, previous administrations have lacked to really put 100% behind this. And what I mean by that, I'm a retired firefighter, and we have firefighters out there now coming in at basic pay, sheriff departments, and they don't even live in our county in some cases because we started this program back in, I believe, the late 90s, like 98, and we really have zero accountability for any affordable housing. So what I mean by that, we have sheriffs and our first responders living down in Ormond Beach or up in St. Augustine because they have affordable housing programs. It would be nice to have these communities have these local police park their cars in the driveway. Like yesterday, I was petitioning, and I happened to see somebody from Volusia County, Daytona Police Department, have his car in the driveway. So it's nice to have a police presence in your neighborhood. Another thing I brought up with the county, I'm glad that you guys are implementing an impact fee. But to relieve impact fees, my son lives in Texas, and they do everything big in Texas. And so they built a 5,000 unit home community. And what this developer did was he brought in 2 daycares. He put in 3 community pools, 2 adults, 1 for children. He put a fire station in. Now, me being a fireman, I went to go down and look at it. I was surprised how big he built it. He had 2 trucks in it, but it's got enough base to put 7 trucks in the future. He also put a substation in there for the police department. So he put the impact fee right into the development. Now, I don't know if that was a county, because this was in a county area, but this was probably a mutual where the county, gave him some money. And also, when you put affordable housing in, he received tax breaks. He put about 300 townhomes in behind that. Now, my son was fortunate enough; he has a good job. He built a $900,000 home. He's in the medium range in that community. So that's from $500,000 to $1 million. And then what they call a lake, which I call a retaining pond, they have the $1 million and $3 million homes. So it's a mixed use of community. That's what we need to start going to. We need mixed communities and bring impact with the developer, bringing some of these impact things that we're dealing with, fire departments, police departments, and stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? We'll bring it back to the dais. Have we had this discussion before about having the whole agenda packet on the website?
We have.
And what was
I
our?
have some follow-up for that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go right
So
ahead.
there is a QR code. Director Kershaw, just pointing it out, it's right over here on this side table. There's a QR code you can scan and have access to the full agenda as the city council get. And as well, staff's already working on a new dashboard that will include that on the city's website as well. So progress is being made, but in the interim, we do have the QR code that folks can scan.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, well, why is it that if people can walk in and scan the QR code to have access to it, why can't they have access to it before the meeting? What's the difference?
I think that's what they're working
That's what
on.
they're working on technically to get it onto the dashboard to do it forward-facing for the community.
What's the timeline on that?
That I do not know, but I can follow up with you.
Yeah, this needs to be resolved. I mean, I understand we were trying to make it ADA compliant, but I feel like we've been trying to make it ADA compliant for a while. And if you can scan a QR code when you walk in and get the full packet, I don't understand why you can't get the full packet beforehand, and I can't imagine our residents really understand that either. So pedal to the metal on that would be great.
And the current posting is, or the current via access isn't ADA compliant, so it's definitely something we're still working on, but we'll put some gas to it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else from the council? Any follow-ups?
Just wanted to highlight the last comment on kind of diversified products within communities. I think that's captured by the new code, land development code, the MPMU that we had worked on in the comp plan earlier this year, that allows for a lot of infrastructure to be built concurrently with growth, as well as mixed products, essentially, so that they're all together in these, I forget what they call them. I know they're centers of some kind, but
Employment centers.
Yeah, so there's areas that kind of blend all this stuff together with multiple different products. So it's very similar to what he's talking about earlier, as well as I know we have review of our code as well coming up, so we can discuss that more.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank my fellow committee members for being here today, and the staff. So Ms. Shank, Mrs. Amaral, and the team. You guys do great work, and I'll tell you, it's fun to go to the meetings because you hear all sorts of different potential solutions on how we can make housing more affordable. The state experts that come in and lay out for us, hey, this is what's working great in other parts of the state. This is what's not working so great. But I look forward to seeing everybody next Tuesday, because it's just a place where the brainstorming comes together from business leaders, from realtors, from all sorts of folks in our community that really just bring a different perspective, and they're really focused on bringing us solutions. I know we're going to have a further conversation here in the next month or so on options for us to take a look at and how we can codify that going forward. But I just wanted to say thank you to my fellow committee members, and appreciate all the work you do, and to the staff as well. I know we've got some more presentations come up, but we appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from the council? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 5, Resolution 2026, approving the annual Affordable Housing Incentive Report 2025 for the State Housing Initiative Partnership SHIP Act. Ms. Jackie.
Yes, we're here to talk about the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. They have to make annual recommendations to City Council as well as Flagler County Board of Commissioners. And I'm going to let Deborah take over at this point. She's our SHIP administrator, and she'll be able to guide you, as well as our AHAC vice chair is here today to actually go over those incentives with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, I'm Deborah Paradowski. I am the Flagler County SHIP Administrator and Staff Liaison to the Joint Affordable Housing Advisory Committee for both the City of Palm Coast and for Flagler County. And so this morning you'll hear the committee's annual recommendations. The committee is required under Section 420.9076 to review how the local governments are implementing 11 state-recommended incentives that support private sector development of affordable housing. So these incentives include flexibility in density, lot configuration, as well as allowances for accessory dwelling units. 3 of the 11 incentives that they must review are required by law, and that would be expedited permitting and site development review plans. They are required to local governments are required to review before implementing any ordinance or policy how it could impact the cost of housing. And also you are required to have an inventory of publicly owned land. So the committee will review how those are being implemented and enforced. They did hold their public hearing on November 4th to adopt these recommendations. And approval by the council does not create the policy, but it would allow staff to begin developing the implementation options, and those would be turned to you for formal review and for formal adoption later. So staff will also provide an implementation schedule to AHAC by March. So the program, just to give quick background, it was created under the William E. Sadowski Affordable Housing Act. And that's the purpose is to support each community's housing element of their comp plan. And that requires planning for current and future housing for all income levels in your community. As part of this, each SIP community must form an Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and the role is to advise on the regulatory environment that encourages affordable housing. Its role is not to decide how SHIP funds are spent, which is a common misconception. And they complete this review with statewide training, as Councilmember Gambaro mentioned, from the state technical advisors, and they also receive input from relevant planning staff at each meeting. So the official AHAC report is included in your agenda packet, and at this time, the Vice Chair, Sandra Shank, she will present to you the 2025 Affordable Housing Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and council members. I cannot even emphasize the importance of the council approving these incentives on today. As we know, affordable housing continues to be a major, major issue. And we take, as Councilmember Gambaro said, we take our assignments very seriously, and we discuss, we collaborate, and we've come up with these incentives that we hope that you will be in support of. So the housing need in Palm Coast. And the source is the Schimberg Center for Housing Studies. You can find them also on the University of Florida's website. Essential workers are priced out of local housing. Frontline health. Frontline healthcare workers can afford only 40 to 50% of local rents and are priced out of starter home mortgages. Teachers, first responders, and similar professions cannot reach entry-level home prices. Major workforce sectors such as retail, hospitality, and food service support $700 to $800 housing costs, which the current market does not offer. And just to give you an example, if you were to go to Zillow right now, there's an apartment, 350 square feet, and the landlord is asking $1,200. So keep that in mind. The state identifies a significant shortage of attainable housing. Flagler County does not qualify for a Live Local Act waiver. Palm Coast has no affordability-based incentives, unlike most peer cities. Palm Coast is one of the cities in its population cohort without an affordability-based housing incentive. Given the documented shortage and growth, time to incentivize is now. Not to mention, we see that the state is really a lot of initiatives to really limit local control by cities. So it would behoove us to move in that direction willingly. Formalize policy for ongoing AHAC review of housing cost impacts. The recommendation, adopt a formal policy and enforcement procedure to ensure that any proposed ordinance, regulation, or program that may affect the cost of housing is referred to the AHAC for review and input prior to adoption, as required by the Local Housing Assistance Plan and Statute 420.9076, Section 4B of the Florida statutes. The intent is to institutionalize the ongoing review process required by state law to ensure continued compliance and transparency in housing-related policymaking. Ongoing review of policies impacting housing costs is required by state law. Next. Adopt policy for review and disposition of public lands for affordable housing. Recommendation, develop an official policy or ordinance establishing a process for the periodic review of publicly owned lands for suitability for affordable housing and a policy governing the disposition of such lands. The intent is to ensure compliance with Florida Statute 420.9076, Section 4A3. By formalizing procedures for identifying and utilizing surplus or non-buildable public parcels to support affordable housing initiatives. The policy should allow proceeds from land sales to be directed to a local housing trust fund or other eligible affordable housing activities and include long-term affordability provisions such as deed restrictions, LURAs, or subsidy retention to ensure that transferred parcels remain affordable over time. The identification of public lands for affordable housing and listing on the website is required by state law. Number 3, establish representation and support for community land trust initiatives. Recommendation, adopt a policy requiring recognizing community land trusts as an eligible and encourage mechanism for creating long-term affordable housing. Such policies shall include representation by an elected official or designee to participate in discussions or partnerships to establish a community land trust policy. The intent, Signal local government support for community land trust development in coordination with regional partners. Representation demonstrates commitment to exploring long-term affordability models consistent with state housing objectives. Number 4, example, community land trust partnerships. A community land trust is a nonprofit organization that acquires and holds land to ensure permanent affordable housing through long-term ground leases and resale restrictions. Some examples: Gainesville, the Bright Community Trust, the official partner, using ARPA funds and vacant lots. Delray Beach, CRA donated land and provided subsidies to the Delray Beach Community Land Trust. Miami-Dade, pilot CLT to program including seed funding, land ID, and nonprofit partnerships. Why should you support CLTs? Permanent affordability, stewardship and responsibility, efficient use of public land and funds, compatible with local goals. The key to the success of the CLT is partnership and support of the local government. 1, donation of lands to the CLT, a highly functioning nonprofit with the ability to provide a pipeline of qualified home buyers. A fully informed and engaged community of prospective home buyers. A fully informed and engaged lending community. Financing from federal, state, and local sources. Number 4, evaluate the development of an inclusionary zoning ordinance with incentives. Recommendation: evaluate and develop an inclusionary zoning ordinance, voluntary or incentive-based, that encourages the inclusion of affordable housing units within new residential developments. The intent is to encourage balanced residential development while maintaining market feasibility. The evaluation should consider how any affordability requirements are offset through incentives such as density bonuses, fee reductions, or other cost offsets to ensure the policy remains economically viable and legally defensible. And I can't overly emphasize an inclusionary zone ordinance is an example of the subdivisions that currently have properties that are sitting vacant, or people that are placing homes up for sale or could potentially be foreclosed. If we had already had an inclusionary zoning ordinance, we would have affordable homes within some of those developments, which the research shows that people that purchase affordably are more likely to keep their properties, hence, such as funding utility. Community examples: Collier County Workforce Housing Density Bonuses program offering up to 25% density increases for projects reserving units for moderate income households. St. Johns County Workforce Housing Zoning, that's our neighboring county, incentive providing optional density bonuses and accelerated review for developments that include attainable units. Sarasota County Workforce Housing Incentive Program using sliding scale density and height bonuses for voluntary inclusion of affordable units. So you see the graphic there of what a standard development would look like. So you have 12 units there. In the inclusionary development, 3 of those 12 units would be attainable housing, affordable.
Mrs. Shank, can we go back for a second? I think this is a really important point, because a lot of time I think there's a misconception that there's that affordable housing is going to be an entire section of your city that will be, certain kind of income level, whatever the case may be. That is not the case through these examples. You have them throughout your city, so everybody works together as residents. But I thought it was really important slide to point out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And another point to that also is when you look at this graphic, if you notice, literally the 3 affordable homes do not look any different than the other 9. And that is actually the case with an inclusionary zoning ordinance. The developer would not be able to develop a substandard product to the other homes that are surrounding it. Number 5, expand local incentives to support affordable housing. Recommendation: develop and adopt general local incentives that encourage affordable housing production, including density bonuses, parking and setback reductions, and flexible lot configurations. The intent is to align with the state's incentive framework under Florida Statute 420.9076 by identifying locally workable tools that reduce development barriers and promote a variety of housing types. Again, density bonus is the example. You see a two-story. By granting the density bonus, there's a height bonus there, parking reduction, and then flexible lot configurations. Again, keeping in mind the state is moving towards limiting your control. Number 6, cost efficiency through lot size. High minimum lot size decreases density, caps number of buildable lots, requires more land purchase, higher costs, lowers number of homes. If you have a lower minimum lot size, it unlocks densities, allows smaller housing types, and improves affordability. The state and local government shall provide incentives to encourage the private sector to be the primary delivery vehicle for the development of affordable housing. Florida Statute 420.00032A1. So if you see the land cost is $50,000 per home versus the land cost of $25,000 per home on a 5,000 square foot lot. And I'm quite sure we all can go into some rooms in our home that we really don't use that often. So do we really need, the size home that we have? And this would allow, with the minimum lot, reducing lot size requirements, would allow for a smaller footprint, which will make it more affordable. Number 6.
Ma'am, and I would also argue,
Yes.
as far as building a home on a smaller lot size, right? The cost of square foot is going to be the cost of square foot, not just the lot size for, for folks wanted to purchase a home. So it gives options.
Correct.
For affordability.
And that's what we're talking about, options. Number 6, develop an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. The recommendation, adopt an ordinance allowing complete accessory dwelling units consistent with state law and consider offering pre-approved ADU design plans to streamline permitting and encourage production. The intent, support small-scale infill housing consistent with state efforts to promote ADUs. Review examples such as Orange County's Ready, Set, Orange program to identify replicable design and permitting models. And I highly encourage you to look at that. So the accessory dwelling units, self-contained units attached, internal, or detached in relation to a primary residence. Why ADUs? They expand housing options. They support multi-generational living. They allow modest rentals if desired. And they support homeowner choice and stability. And I can't even emphasize, right now with the affordable crisis, if I had an option of an ADU to move my senior mom on property and her own, maintaining her independence as well, it offsets expenses for both of us. Local control options, owner occupancy and long-term rental standards, design, size, and unit limits, parking and setback options, community references, Volusia County, Orange County, and St. Johns County. And so you see an example here of a floor plan and some elevations of what the Ready, Set, Orange program has. I highly encourage you to look at these programs. Number 7, establish a local affordable housing trust fund. Create a dedicated affordable housing trust fund to receive and manage revenues supporting affordable housing activities, including proceeds from the sale of public lands, in lieu fees, reimbursements, developer contributions, and other eligible local, state, or private resources. The intent is to provide a permanent, transparent mechanism for reinvesting local housing revenues into eligible activities such as land acquisition, rehabilitation, or housing development. Establishing a local housing trust fund aligns with Florida's housing strategy by ensuring that local resources remain targeted toward long-term affordability and can leverage future public or private funding opportunities. So you see the 7 recommendations, and again, we cannot overly emphasize the importance of the City Council adopting the 7 recommendations along with the Flagler County Board of county commissioners as well. We are facing a crisis, fact. And we're talking about things that could help to minimize the impacts to our community by adopting these incentives. Are there any questions?
Anyone for the council have any questions? Any questions down there?
Oh, I have one thought, and of course, everything you said is logical and makes some sense, except for this. No matter what you do, the houses, it costs a lot of money to build a house. It doesn't matter if it's a small house or a big house. The property values, we can't expect people who own private property to say, I'll just lower the price of my lot when I sell it. They're not going to do that. So you have the problem of inflation, of fighting against this. And in our particular city, Palm Coast, we haven't gone to high rises, and there aren't a lot of places for them. And there are just some inherent, you can agree with what you've said, but then the realities are, it just doesn't work. If it worked, a lot of this would have been done already.
Well, Commissioner Sullivan, I understand your comments. However, I will say that there are several communities within the state of Florida and within the nation that prove that these incentives work.
Well, it's not Collier County. I have a place down there. Low-cost housing in Collier County is not $150,000 for a house.
So for example, when you say parking setback requirements and you talk about density bonuses, density bonuses are not just saying that we're going to build high rises. That's not the only thing. So if you had a housing trust fund, people that qualify would then be able to potentially, given an example, obtain funding that would help to lower the cost of the home that they're purchasing. So for example, I don't know if you're aware of, through our SHIP funding, how we utilize our SHIP funding currently. So if you were to be able to place a house on a 5,000 square foot lot, for example, and you're using SHIP funding, a house is $200,000, and you're eligible for SHIP funding and CDBG funding to the tune of $55,000. That now reduces the cost of that house to $145,000. Correct? And if you're getting on a smaller lot size, it's also the expenses, the total housing expenses that are reduced to be able to maintain the property. So, and when we talk about community land trust, for example, if you had that home in an inclusionary zone, if those properties were placed in a community land trust, those properties then remain affordable in perpetuity. So if Commissioner Pontieri purchased one of those homes and she decided 5 years down the line, her economic situation, her financial situation is better, and she wants to purchase a quote unquote market rate home, guess what? She will not be able to sell that home market rate because it's in a community land trust. So what you now is, she will be able to, through a resale formula, she will be able to have a profit from it, but it would not be at the same rate if Councilman Gambaro were purchasing a house fully at market rate. So it does allow for upward mobility, but at the same time, the subsidy is retained within the property.
But doesn't that deter improving your property? In other words, if you buy a property that is subject to these limitations and you invest, or you want to invest $20,000 in it, but you know you won't get that back, doesn't that, if we look at this 50 years down the road, could that create blight?
Absolutely not.
That's one of my concerns.
No, it would not.
How?
It would not create blight, because what I would encourage you to do is to possibly look at our presentations and the presentations from the Florida Housing Coalition, so you can understand what the resale formulas are, how they determine what the resale formulas are. So what happens is, in a community land trust, they establish a ground lease. And you can look at those online. Look at what the ground lease says. It talks about improvements. It talks about what subsidies remain with the home. It talks about how much of, so if you put $20,000 in the home, that doesn't mean that you can't, that home is not going to have a value of $30,000, that you might not make a $10,000 profit to go towards your next home. That doesn't mean that. It actually encourages stability, because you're talking about people, your first responders. We had speakers before that gave examples of people who are, you're seeing municipality vehicles in our community from other areas, right? So if we were to support these incentives, we live local, work local, so the money is generating through our community, and people have housing stability. It impacts families, it impacts schools, it impacts our children. When a child knows that they have a place to go and lay their head down nightly. I gave you an example of one property of 350 square feet where they're asking $1,200. How many people can live in 350 square feet? So if we don't at least make an effort where we can, this is why the state is looking at preempting local government in a lot of ways. But we don't want to do that. We don't want to be that community that says that we are not concerned about affordable housing. We're not willing to look at how it impacts. So for example, if we were to, can you go back to the first incentive, please? Right here. AHAC review of housing, of ongoing housing cost impacts. So when we talked about, we'll just go to the utility discussion, for example. If we had a formal review process, we would then look at how are the plans that we are making regarding our utility master plan, our utility strategic plan, what are the potential impacts to housing affordability? When we look at the impact fees, we would then look at Affordable Housing Advisory Committee would have an opportunity to look at that and say, well, if you did this, this is the impact to affordable housing. If you have a tree ordinance that changes, that tree ordinance can impact affordable housing. And so that's all we're asking. We're asking, give us the opportunity to look at how the decisions you're going to make could potentially impact affordable housing. And as Councilman Gimbero said, there are people who are knowledgeable, who are passionate, and we are led by the Florida Housing Coalition of experts, correct? That we come together, we discuss together, we work together as a team to see how can we meet the needs of our community while protecting affordability. I don't think anybody up here wants to face the situation that we faced in 2008, 2009. I don't think we want to totally different around that time. No, the potential with the economy right now. When I go into a grocery store and I see a parent pushing a cart with 3 or 4 children, and I think about when I was a mom with 4 little boys, I say there is no way I could have afforded groceries to feed my sons in this economy. That's the reality of the person who is going to live in a 350 square foot apartment paying $1,200 a month.
Ms. Shank, may I just have a very candid discussion with you about this? Because I respect you in the committee and I respect the compassion that I can tell is exuding from you. I do not want my comments to be confused with a lack of care about this issue. I do care about this issue. I grew up very poor, single family household with 2 brothers, one that we adopted and could not afford an extra mouth to feed. But we did it because we had to, and you figure it out, right? I'm sure you can sympathize with that. You figure it out. Here's the issue. Fundamentally, okay, we are in a state, and when I say state, I don't mean Florida, I mean a condition where there are multiple things being pushed down our throats. One is from the state of Florida, as you stated yourself, local rule is being taken away and these conditions are being forced on us. So I'm not going to exacerbate that issue by imposing additional restrictions that have already come down from the state and that are going to continue to come down from the state. I am not opposed to everything that you have proposed, but, and I have a statement prepared that I'm going to make because this is a very sensitive subject. I am concerned with conditions that are being forced upon us and are out of our control because the cost of bread, the cost of milk, the cost of eggs is not within the control of this council, and they all contribute to an issue that we cannot fix. There are certain things that are being done on a larger level that are requiring us to shove more people in, taking away the ability for people to own things and telling us you will own nothing and you will be happy about it. And there is nothing that this council can do to control much of that. I do think that there are things that this council can do to help with, for instance, our LDC, to make the overall cost of building for home ownership cheaper. We talked about single car garages. We've talked about setbacks. I have never been passionate about this issue. I'm going to be very candid with you. But I spent about 10 hours just this past week researching every single one of your recommendations so that I can come before you and before my colleagues and before our residents with well thought out positions on what you've proposed. I will not buy into the conditions that are being forced upon us, that we have to shove more people in, figure out how to pay for it on the backs of other people, and still have zero ownership. I won't buy into that. I will not support that. I will support incentives that will help people own a home, that will create generational wealth. I will not support ADUs that allow people to rent them out, because that will be abused. I will not support density bonuses, just generally speaking, maybe if they are super targeted, because those will be abused. I will not support the reduction or waiver of impact fees on a large scale, because we already can't pay for the infrastructure we have and for the growth that we have experienced. Our current residents don't deserve that. So whatever this council decides, whatever you all present to us, it has to be super targeted. And it needs to not think about the right now. It needs to think about, what does this city look like in 50 years? I think that we can engage in smart planning, particularly with the westward expansion, where we're talking about employment centers like Councilman Miller touched on, placing employment centers near transportation so that working families don't have the cost of a car because there's transit nearby. Those, to me, are ways to, for the unforeseeable future, ensure we are addressing a lot of the cost of living on a larger scale. Because we can shove in, to Councilman Sullivan's point, we can shove in as many apartments as we want. It's going to do nothing but further blight on people's shoulders, because as we know, we're already having to take $330 million out in utility because of growth. That is largely because of growth. So if we don't figure out how to collect it on the front end, it comes back around on the back end. So and I want to go through these one by one with my colleagues up here, but I just want to state this. I recognize the urgent need for more affordable housing in Flagler County, in Palm Coast, where rising costs continue to place a heavy burden on our working families, our essential workers, our teachers, our nurses, our first responders, our retirees that are on fixed incomes, and those with more modest incomes, our students that are just coming out of college. I recognize all of that. I recognize the data that shows that we need to address this issue. The affordability challenge threatens economic vitality, workforce retention, not being a net exporter of workers. I get all of that. At the same time, we have to address legitimate community concerns about increased density. And unfortunately, a lot of what you're talking about will result in increased density. And it's increased density that we are adding on to what's already coming into the state of Florida. So I have to balance, we have to balance figuring out how to provide affordable housing in a smart and thoughtful way without increasing our density that just increases our strain on infrastructure, increases the overall cost of living, because infrastructure is expensive. So as we go through each one of these, I am imploring my council to think about how we can be very, very targeted, how we can prevent abuse by builders and developers, and they won't all do it. I'm not saying that every builder and developer is going to pounce on this and say, yay, now we can take advantage of the city of Palm Coast. That's not what I'm suggesting. But it will happen because they're business people. It will happen from some. So as we address each one of these, guys, I'm just asking that we look at this from that lens, because it is very important that we protect our city.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ponteri. I would like to, I think there's a misunderstanding. Affordable housing does not equate to apartments.
I agree with you.
And so when we look at the fact that it seems to be that that's the understanding, that the density bonuses are going to be these large apartment complexes. That's not what we're talking about. When we talk about ongoing review for housing cost impacts, we're talking about giving us the opportunity to look at any ordinance, any change that could potentially impact housing. That has nothing to do with increasing units. That's just saying, giving us an opportunity to look at how this change that you're proposing could affect housing, period.
So provide feedback.
Provide feedback. Thank you, Councilman. And number 2, adopt policy for review and disposition of public lands. That is, you don't have an option about that.
No,
That is a state of Florida mandate.
1 and 2, we obviously we have to do those.
Okay, so number 3, the community land trust. When you talk about your concern for blight, the community land trust is what protects that. So we're not talking about even increasing housing units by establishing a community land trust. We're talking about housing units that currently exist. So if you have, for example, D.R. Horton have 10% of the inventory still sitting that they have not been able to sell, and it's costing them as long as it's sitting there, and you have a community land trust nonprofit that goes to them and proposes to them, place these 10 units in the community land trust. You're not creating additional units. You're simply housing people that can afford those current units.
Ms. Shank, do we have any community land trust in the area? Do we have anyone willing to even, entertain the prospect of something like that?
Yes, you do. Number 4, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Number 4, evaluate the development of an inclusionary zoning ordinance with incentives. Again, this is a developer incentive. So when we have people coming to council, to planning board, for variances, for zoning changes, and so forth and so on, this is our opportunity to simply say, if you're building, for example, if you had Amazon come and they want to build a huge warehouse, but they want to provide housing because more corporations are doing that, and we say, okay, you place this in an inclusionary zoning ordinance, so those houses, those housing units, again, are protected. So the people that are working for Amazon, the people that are working at Publix, that are serving the people that are working for Amazon, could have a place to live. And then, that's an example. You're not creating strictly units that are going to be apartments. They may decide they want to build housing, purchase. Expand local incentives to support affordable housing. Develop and adopt general local incentives. Well, if you adopted that, the responsibility, this is just a recommendation, is then for your staff, not AHAC. It's for your staff to come up with the policy and procedure on that, not us. All we're saying is we need you to look at this.
You're just making a recommendation.
Exactly. We're just making a recommendation. And we're demonstrating then that we are a city, we are a county who is interested in all of its people, all of the constituents, the entire community. Number 6, develop an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. Well,
Can you move the slides to recommendation 6, please?
okay, accessory dwelling units. Well, Councilwoman Pontieri, you said you're absolutely opposed to accessory dwelling units. Well, I would like to suggest to you that they already exist. They already exist because people cannot afford to live. So rather than me losing my home, if I need to convert my garage, that's what people are doing. And so what they're doing is, because they can't put a range in there, people are cooking on hot plates. So what happens out of desperation if that home catches on fire because we are so opposed to allowing a fully accessible accessory dwelling unit? And again, these are not, don't think low income. As we stated in here, it's for generational. If you go to generation, intergenerationally. My mother is 90 years old. 90 years old. Thank God she's still independent. But she would much rather be with family than have to live in a facility. And so if she could have that level of independence with her own unit in my backyard, where she's still connected to her children, her grandchildren, and her great-grandchildren, who are we to oppose that? And if you look at the orange, look at Ready, Set, Orange and what they've done, I think is very important. And to establish a local affordable housing trust fund, all we're saying, that's a funded mandate. That is something that we would fund. Again, your staff will come up with the policies and procedures on what that looks like. This is what we're recommending to you. And how we can oppose the right of all of our community to be able to live affordably, that's shameful.
Mr. Mayor?
All right.
I need to say, hold on. Where are we at? Is that the last slide, Ms. Shank?
Yes, sir. That's the last slide. And thank you all. Yes, I'm extremely passionate.
Yeah, I know, Ms. Shank.
I am very passionate because all you have to do is go on Zillow and you will see. You will see what exists out there.
Well, the problem I can show you examples of stuff that's went really wrong. What do you have?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to just add a couple thoughts here. Well, first and foremost, folks are passionate about this because it matters, right? We're all affected by it in one way or another. But I will tell you, I remember sitting through this brief this time last year, and there was very little discussion. And so I'm happy that these recommendations are coming forward, and we're having a vibrant discussion about it.
Yes.
I think it's important to look at these recommendations and to see what works for us and what doesn't. I think the AHAC team is just asking for, hey, these are recommendations, consider it. Or if you're gonna take a major action, run it by us, because we've got kind of another set of eyes and experiences, expertise, things of that nature. And it may or may not work for us, and we'll decide that down the road. You mentioned, Ms. Shank, a report that had a formula for the different houses. Because there was a concern about
The resale
formula. Jackie, could you send that to the council members and the mayor? I think that's good to understand how the mechanisms of that piece works. And then at the end of the day, Mr. Duffy, on this resolution, we generally pass this resolution in order to be able to continue to receive funding, correct?
Yes.
The SHIP funding. If we do not pass this,
This is
The report.
This is just a report. That's all we're doing. is
Right now,
bringing
that's
up
before you.
It's the recommendations.
Recommendations,
It's
okay.
the final SHIP report, Devery will submit, but we do have to submit the incentives. Yes, that is required. Florida Housing Finance Corporation, so hence, give an example, Mr. Gambaro. When we stated that we've sought funding for other things that the city has needed, right? And there were things that are stricken. You know, we would be remiss to think that the powers that be at the state or the federal level aren't looking at what we're doing here now. That they are not looking at what we're doing here now. And that we have to pay attention to what the state is currently doing to preempt local government. And we have to ask the question, why are they doing that? So if we move in a direction that is inconsistent with what the state is saying, we have the power now, Councilman Pontieri, to control that narrative. You're right. We have the power to do it because we can put policies and procedures and structure how these actually the majority of them it's only 2 of them that will require really staff creating a policy and procedure around. We have the ability to control that right now.
Yeah, Ms. Shank, I agree with you, and I think that there are some that are workable here. I hope the state is paying attention. I hope the federal government is paying attention, because you know what? What they've done to us is abysmal.
But it
They
is,
have
it's
created costs that they know we cannot afford. They have done that. And if anybody thinks that is not purposeful, they're outside their mind. I'm sorry. You're passionate about this the way that I'm passionate about the fact that rates have been raised on us, the cost of living has been raised on us in a very purposeful way. And I'm ticked off about it like you're ticked off about there being a lack of housing in this community, just like the rest of the state of Florida is. This isn't a Palm Coast issue. Like so many things we've talked about on this board, this is a Florida issue. It's a national issue in a lot of places. So I want to continue to protect our community. And there are ways to help with the affordable housing issues and still protect our community. That's all I'm asking, is that this council look at it through that lens. That's it. So I'm with you. 1 and 2, we have no control over. Mayor, can we go over the other 5 one by one so that we can have discussions on each of them?
Yes, ma'am. I don't see a problem with that.
So for number 3, admittedly, I did look into this a little bit more. To me, this and number 7, I think it was 7. Yeah, and you're not going to like this, Ms. Shank. To me, and number 3 is a less severe version of it, but I think it's a form of subsidized housing, and I can't support it. I think that a community land trust is the lesser of those two, but I do believe that number 7 is just a form of subsidized housing, and so I can't get behind either one of those. Now, for 3, I think that we can maybe talk about it, but here's what I will say. I looked up the Bright Community Trust in Gainesville. I did research on it. It was just established last year. Verdict is still out on how that's going to work out for them. Miami-Dade, the Miami-Dade, per this, and it's true, I looked that one up, pilot program. We don't know how that's going to work out. Delray Beach has been in place for quite some time, and I've reached out to a few folks to see how that's working out. I just am not sure at this point. What are the practical implications of something like this? And I don't think we have enough examples pursuant to the fact that 2 of these are brand new. So I can't get behind something that I'm already very nervous about. That I just don't think we have enough enough data on.
Before you move on to the next one, because I want to say that a community land trust, the way that we're proposing it is that it is in partnership. So it would adopt a policy recognizing you wouldn't be creating a community land trust as an eligible and encouraged mechanism for creating long-term affordable housing. That doesn't mean that you have any power over whether a community land trust is created and used in Flagler County or City of Palm Coast. You don't have any control over that. Because in fact, if a community land trust is created and I decide I want to place my home in that community land trust, City of Palm Coast can't stop me from doing that. So when you say it's subsidized housing, that's not true. The community land trust, you can be in Hammock Dunes and someone chooses to leave their community, their home to the community land trust and place it in that. You have no control over that. All we're saying as the city, as local government, we should be a part of that process. So yes, you see pilot programs, but at least we can say those governments are working towards it. They recognize it as a viable option. So it's very important to understand that you saying yes or no will not stop a community land trust from coming into Palm Coast. Right, we're just saying the best practice from Florida Housing Coalition, the best practice is a tripartite structure, which means local government would have a say, which is critical. Because you having a say, you being at the table, you do have the ability to influence how that community land trust operates.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about housing, the more the government can stay out of it, the better. So that's just my,
But I think it's really important for the other council members to understand what this is, because I think there's a big misunderstanding about it. A very big, it is not. And to say it's subsidized housing, that is completely inaccurate. That is, for example, if Mr. okay, go ahead.
You talking about that? Or
Seven,
No, I think you were talking about
seven more so. I think 3 could be a form as well, but it's 7 for sure.
3 is a form of price fixing.
It is. It's a form of price fixing, yeah. But
Price
7
fixing?
for sure.
It says, create a dedicated affordable housing trust fund to receive and manage revenues supporting affordable housing.
You know what that looks like? That looks like taking impact fees and putting them into this to pay for housing rather than into our water system. I have a problem with that. So I hear what you're saying, Ms. Shank. I'm just telling you I'm being as the most transparent I can be with you right now.
So what it says, proceeds from the sale of public lands, in lieu fees, reimbursements, developer contributions.
All of all of those are tax dollars that can go back into the things that our community needs rather than paying for housing. I'm sorry.
So you're saying the things that your community needs, so you're saying that people don't need to have a house?
Ms. Shank,
place to
I don't wanna
live?
go back and forth with you. That's not.
No, I just want to make sure that on the record and everybody understands that what we're saying. If you're saying the person that is servicing you when you leave here to go for lunch does not deserve a house to live in, that they can purchase, because I agree with you. We don't need a lot of apartments. Home ownership, creating generational wealth is the way to go. And that is what will happen. I think it's very important to allow Devry to explain, to elaborate more on number 7, so that she's very knowledgeable, and I think she could do a better job at explaining.
Well, I'll
what
answer
that
your
looks like.
question. To answer your question, I don't think other people should be paying for that housing.
Yeah, and
Okay, so that's the difference.
I think, this is a question that's been asked for a very long time, right? And I think people have different views on how that goal is accomplished, right? Affordable housing. And I think, at least in my view, there's certain methodologies of creating affordable housing that I don't agree with. Subsidies, using other taxpayers' money to subsidize homes. Those are things that I don't agree with. I do agree with creating jobs, creating wealth.
Exactly.
Making housing affordable because people can afford the house, not changing the value of the house to make it affordable. And so this is a debate that's been going on. It's not, today's debate is not something that's new. I think people in America have been doing this probably for 100 years at least, about how we create affordable housing. So what I'm getting at is that we're not the first to disagree on this, right? And so I think that this is completely normal to have differing opinions about how this would work.
I think it's
I
really.
just want to make sure that nobody gets too emotional or personal about this. This is a debate that people have all the time.
Yeah, I think we need to work on bringing in good jobs into our community, into being able to afford increased pay for our nurses, our teachers, our first responders. Those are the things that this community and us as council and at the county level, because we can only affect so many things, need to focus on. Now, I don't want to get stuck just on number 7 because I think that's the extreme. For number 4 with the incentives, I look to this council for ideas on how, I'm not in favor of density bonuses as a whole, but what I am in favor of is considering something that says, let's say we have a community that is 100, and I'm just throwing out random numbers, 100 dwelling units, and out of those 100, 10% are affordable housing. Does that mean that we can give some type of percentage bonus based on that 10%? I think we can, but that's why I say when there needs to be things that are incredibly targeted, that's what I'm talking about, because we can't just carte blanche say you get all these things if you make them affordable, quote unquote, because we've had people come and tell us that they're making affordable housing when they're not too.
Right.
So we have to be very hyper focused on making sure they meet that definition too. So something, if you all can work on something that, puts these limits on these types of things, I think that is workable. And then, like I said, the setbacks. And I will tell you this, the lot sizes, the average lot size in the state of Florida is 11,000 square feet. So 10,000 square feet is already low. Okay, so we're already below the average lot size in the state of Florida. The average lot size in the nation is 25,000 square feet. So we're way below that average. This is another, let's pack them in like sardines and suck it up, create more traffic, create more congestion. Just fundamentally, I can't get on board with that.
You know, we've been battling density, right?
Yeah.
And so to ask us to intentionally add density, it
Well, no,
makes it
see,
difficult.
I think that I really need you to understand, these are recommendations.
This is just.
And we are recommending you, and we're telling you what the intent is. It will be up to your staff to define that.
Right,
So
but-
we're not saying it has.
But we direct the staff, so.
Right, but what I'm saying is that where it says such as density bonuses, we're just giving examples of what it could be. Like, I understand your concern about the density bonuses, right? So then you adopt this quote unquote, and it's a recommendation. You adopt this recommendation. Then the next step, after the state has approved, the next step would be then, okay, task staff. How are we defining what this inclusionary zoning ordinance looks like? This is what it includes.
Again, but I think we're discussing whether we even agree with the recommendation or
Correct.
not. So
Right.
I'm not going to add it in there if I disagree with it.
But that's why I'm trying to make sure that you understand, because
No, we understand that these
you-
are recommendations and we can take them or leave them.
Yeah.
And if we take them, they will be transmitted and then they'll come back and our staff will work on the actual execution of those. We understand all that.
Okay, I
I
wanted to
think some of
address
these
one-
things we disagree with.
One comment, Mayor Norris. Councilman Miller, you stated that, and you and Councilman Pontieri, about using taxpayers' dollars to fund affordable housing. To me, that statement insinuates that the people that are living in affordable housing aren't paying taxes. And that is absolutely untrue. Because when we talk about affordable housing, we're talking about the working poor. The working poor, and they're working poor because the housing prices in the markets in which they live are not affordable. So those people are paying taxes. They're paying taxes that the extremely wealthy benefit from, as well as the extremely poor and the non-working. So I just wanted to state that. That is not just people that are not working.
Yeah, the whole affordable housing debate, you know, we've had that a dozen times. I'm going to move to end this debate, if you guys are good with that, because we are late into the 12th hour.
Mr.
You have
Mayor,
one more follow-up.
I agree. Maybe we decide what we accept and move on.
Yeah, well, this is just their incentive report. That's all they're doing. That's all we're voting on is.
have to give direction.
There's
to
a
accept
there's
the
a
report.
component I think of this that is whether we accept or
We're just-
decline the recommendations.
I had a
We
quick
can vote on
question, Jackie, Mr. Mayor. I know we were doing an inventory, so we've approved, affordable housing units. I think they were, what's the name of the Habitat for Humanity homes in the past, things of that nature. But I know our team has been actively trying to map out what could potentially fall into this category, what that inventory would look like, or if we have them, just so we understand where we're at, and if we decided to move in that direction, what that would look like. Can you give us a status on where we're at with that?
We've completed it, and we did send it to Councilmember Pontieri, but we can send it to the rest of the board members, that information that we did compile. As far as the housing
And thank you
study.
for that. It was on rental units, and it shows a need for more rental units and affordable housing in that regard. And so that's why I say I recognize the need, right? And Councilman Gambaro, just for your edification, the need shows about, I think it was around 50% of those who are cost burdened cannot afford to rent, and that's a lot. So I get it.
Okay, well, and Mr. Mayor, so I heard this council is okay with number 1.
Yeah.
For the first recommendation, number 2. Number 3, I don't know where we're at with that. Number 4.
I'm on
Just
board.
depends on what it is.
Yeah, I'm on board with number 4 with some very strict oversight and defined percentages that make it to where, hey, if you not giving a developer or builder the ability to, get super high density bonuses. So whatever that needs to look like, I would lean on you guys to come up with that, but there just needs to be guardrails.
But, and my concern with these recommendations that we approve them now, is everything forward administrative in terms of these programs? Are we going to see these again, vote on these again?
I think we could direct staff to.
You know,
Yeah.
that's
For
also
free.
another concern to where it's what specific things are we incentivizing? I want to make sure that it's not just a one-time yes and then it grows into its own thing without any oversight from council.
Well, I mean, no, we would have to move forward with actually taking a hard look and implementing some of these recommendations if we agree to go
Yeah.
do that. I think number 5, we've already given guidance on that, you know, consensus out of a previous workshop, and I think staff's already going to come back to us on what that looks like.
Yeah, I in no way would, and I'm just telling council and being honest, would approve reducing our lot sizes to 5,000 per lot size. I mean, that's crazy. So, you know, the discussion, and to your point, Councilman Miller, yes, we need to direct staff to bring these back to us to officially approve once they're drafted. But I mean, we already reduced it, right? Didn't we, per the LEDC, reduce our lot size?
What is our smallest lot size right now?
We're currently working on that, and it's coming to you in the future. Those
Yeah.
sections of the chapter that talk about the density and the lot sizes will be brought before City Council at a workshop, as well as in sometime in March or April, we're bringing towards you the housing study that was performed. And we've gotten the data back, and we're working on that so we can get that presentation to City Council regarding the housing study and recommendations that was done there.
So I recommend we keep 5, this is my position, because staff's already in motion to come back to us on this.
Question about 5, right? This is giving incentives for people to do it versus us changing code requirements and allowing it to happen, right? Right now, we don't allow a lot of this stuff to happen because we have minimum lot sizes and things like that. This is actually going a step farther and incentivizing someone to utilize these lots.
This is just recommendation from the AHAC. This is just recommendations. We're not, anything that changes we make to our land development or any policies will be going forward. We're just accepting their recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, but Mayor,
Well, no, I get what you're talking about, Vice Mayor, because the accessory dwelling units, we've already tackled this last year. We've had some of these same conversations last year at the same time
Yeah, when
period,
we did
right?
the comp plan.
And I am totally against ADUs, and I'm fearful of reducing lot sizes, but ADUs, that rolls into the whole, what is it called? The Airbnbs and stuff like that. You know, people will take advantage of. And I understand. I saw Miss Shank's eyes light up. You know, like 3 generations of people living in one house. I know that, but you have to keep a tight rein on those things when they're happening, because I know full well that the developers, the reason they want ADUs is so they can have additional income properties on larger lots. I can see it now.
Is that the main concern, is just rental of ADUs?
No. It's also the increased density.
Yes.
Period.
Yeah.
Increased density.
Yeah.
And we don't know about, you're right, there are lots of places probably where more than one family, 2 families, 3 families, same house.
Multi-generational.
I wonder if the insurance companies know. It's also the unintended consequences of some of these actions. You have to be very careful, because they can have exactly the opposite effect. I'd just like to say that I agree with the Vice Mayor's point about Palm Coast was established and is a classic example of builders coming in, developing, and providing low-cost housing. That's what Palm Coast was. You were ability to buy a house on a canal and do it at a cost that people coming from other parts of the country, or either retirees or lower income people, could pull it off. Levittown was started that way. There's a whole bunches of information where developers were, because they saw the need, were able to do it. I still think that unless that begins to happen, and I don't know the answer how they're going to do it, but somehow or another, with advances in technology and everything, I have a feeling that if the need is there, and we don't want people living in sleeping bags on the side of the street because they can't afford it, somehow or another it's going to happen. I have a feeling that route will make it happen, not necessarily coming up with guidance or recommendations that just can't get approved, and we don't know the consequences. So I agree, we should try to do whatever we can, but I don't think, we've been saying some of this stuff for a long time. I've been around, and it just isn't working. We aren't producing the housing that we need to produce. And I still have faith in the private community eventually seeing the need. In other words, if I built 1,000 rental units and I can only rent 500 of them at $1,200, eventually I'll start renting them at $800. And I don't. You have to have people willing to build this stuff. They're not just going to build it out of the goodness of their hearts. They got to make money. They got to pay for the materials. They got to pay for the labor. I mean, I'm not sure. From what I've seen, and I'm 84 now, I've seen this go on forever. I used to ride the New Haven Railroad in New York City, and they built all these great big apartment houses for people. They had to tear them all down. It didn't work. It was low-cost housing that didn't work.
You're right, Commissioner, and that's why I keep reminding you, that's not what we're talking about.
I know, but,
okay. We're conflating the two. All right, go to 7. What was 7? Well, go to 6 real quick, just 6. Yeah, we've already discussed that.
I'm against 7.
Yeah, trust fund, I think that's, if it's through the city, it's more revenue going somewhere else. So we're having a tough time paying the bills now. We're going to establish a trust fund to help people with affordable housing. So anything else? Was there anything? And like I said, this is simply their report. We're just accepting their report and their recommendations. But this is all going to come about again, I'm sure. Anything else?
I just want to know when can we expect proposals based on today from staff?
So just to provide I'm sorry, Jose Papa for Community Development Department. Just to clarify, we have received a lot of the data back, and we're sorting through that to make sure that we can provide it to you in a form that's digestible and that would be helpful for the community to also understand. The second part of that would be the strategies and proposals, and that will come probably maybe a month or two after that. Probably by late February or March, we will have the data to present to you, and I think as Jackie mentioned, April, May, we should have recommendations and strategies. And those will take the form of not just potential changes to the land development code, but should also provide some analysis of what, and I'll just take community land trust as an example. What would a community land trust mean in the city of Palm Coast? Will it work? How did it work in other municipalities? We want to provide you with that data, with this study, so that we can have the community can have the conversation about.
I just don't want you guys to waste your time on something that's dead on arrival.
Yeah.
As part of that,
sure.
You know, if there's something that 4 or 5 of us don't want anything to do with, what's the point?
6 or 7. I just think that's exactly what we're talking about. Thank you for that, Mr. Papa, for keeping us updated. Ms. Shank, thank you. I appreciate being willing to talk about this. It's a difficult subject, so thank you.
Well, I will say, I think the current administration at the federal level is taking steps. That one incentive, legislation they're talking about is preventing big conglomerates buying up properties, which is going on here now, believe it or not.
Well, we need to do it at the state level.
And
we
it
need to
needs
pass
to
a
be,
bill.
that needs to be, right now, what they're proposing is nothing in the future. They need to divest what they have too. That's single family.
That's my point. There are things going on in the national and state level that we have no control over. They need to be paying attention to what they're doing or failing to do to us.
Well, and when we go through this whole affordability and stuff like that, and it's not just the United States. I tell people, look at prices of houses in Canada, how much they cost. It is very unaffordable, and I think it's just migrating south to us too. And it's going to keep going, and we have to have leaders that can stop that. We shouldn't have big corporations from China buying up property in the United States. I'm totally against that. So with nothing else from the council, we're going to open this up for public comment. Any public comment? Anyone have anything to say?
Mr. Mayor.
Hold up, Mr. Davis.
I'll jump in as the AHAC guy on the council. I move that we approve the resolution acknowledging the recommendations from the AHAC committee, and just also acknowledging that I think this council has given guidance to our staff. And so move approval of the resolution.
Got a second?
Second.
We got a second. Okay, now we will open up the public comment. Mr. Davis, what you got? I'm going to defer to Ms. Duarte. Yes, ma'am.
Hi there, Jeannie Duarte. We actually have several recovery homes dotted around the city that have like 14 people in the houses, and they're only like 3-bedroom units. So I don't think what she's trying to say is subsidizing housing for the homeless or people that are having issues. She's talking about helping the working poor, you know, getting people an opportunity to have ownership of a home, getting them into these homes with the dignity of ownership, and giving them an option to grow out of that into something bigger as their lives change, or grow down to it as they get older and they no longer need a big house because they're retired or they're at end of life and they can't even get to their bedroom because they're in a wheelchair or they're in a hospital bed or something. You know, it's something more affordable for those that are sickly. But yeah, I'm curious. I want to learn more about this entire thing because I've had some thoughts of it on my own. But yeah, there's a lot to this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon. Jeremy Davis, P section. I want to define what affordable housing actually means because I think we're using the term loosely. Affordable housing is housing a household can pay for without being financially strained. Commonly, that means the total monthly housing cost stays around 30% of gross income. Total monthly housing cost is not just rent or a mortgage payment. It includes the basic cost required to live in the home, especially utilities like water, sewer, stormwater, trash, and electricity, plus any required fees or deposits. So my question is simple. When the city says affordable housing, are we talking about a rent number only? Or are we talking about the all-in cost to live there? My request is that the city adopt an all-in affordability standard for any affordable housing discussion, incentive, or program. Publish the expected monthly utility burden alongside the rent target and require real cost reducers such as water-efficient fixtures and energy-efficient measures so the unit stays affordable after move-in. If we do not include utilities, we risk creating housing that is affordable on paper but unaffordable in reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, K section. I just want to talk about, again, like Mr. Davis is talking about affordable housing. A good solution, in my opinion, to this issue is good paying jobs. I think if folks can be employed someplace near their home where they don't have to commute an hour to get to that good paying job, that's going to offset the need for affordable housing because they'll have the ability to pay what homes here cost. Now we're talking about Palm Coast, and I've been telling you stories about the beautiful city of Palm Coast by the ocean, that we were lured here to for its beauty and its greenery and its lush oak canopies. That's what we're talking about. Now, I recognize our teachers, our firefighters, our police officers. They're our heroes, and they deserve a wage that affords them the ability to live near where they work. I don't agree with changing the very reasons our town is so desirable to accommodate what they're calling affordable housing. Because we have affordable housing, and it would be even more affordable with utility fees that were manageable, taxes that were under control, and good paying jobs. Taking land and turning it into affordable housing is a land grab. We've already had it forced down our throats through the Senate bill that takes away any of our control over what's being built in our backyards. Across from Hidden Lakes, it's a traffic nightmare. You cannot even get in and out with the construction vehicles. When that opens up, so close to that traffic light that we already know is a bottleneck, it's going to be a very severe safety issue. But we had no say in it because the state forced it down your throats. Are we on number 4 or number 5? What are you voting on right now?
It's number 5.
5, okay. So I just want to make sure that it's not just more than taking the recommendations, any more oversight, anything in addition to what the state's already forced down your throats, which I believe will be overturned shortly, I don't agree with. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Amaral.
We really need to work on this microphone. Keeps falling through. Good afternoon, Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. So I applaud you all for having this discussion today. It is something that is long due. It is something that I've actually brought to you individually. This is a great conversation starter. And this is what we kind of have to remember is these are recommendations to start conversations on what can be. Not necessarily what it is, not necessarily it has to be A or it has to be B. Maybe it's a combination or maybe it's C or D. But it gives the conversation a chance to be aired out, to be discussed, to be really thought thoroughly, because the ideas are not just based on certain staff, certain council members. It is the idea of an overall picture. We have teachers that are traveling to and from Port Orange every day. We have firefighters who can't afford to live here. We have sheriff's deputies who can't afford to live here. We have nurses. I mean, the list goes on, but we require them. We need them. We have, for instance, nurses. We have 2 hospitals that quite often are understaffed because it's going to get to a point where if I can't live there and I have to commute 45 minutes or an hour and I can find a job closer to home, I'm going to go closer to home because the cost ends up being there. So I appreciate you guys taking these on, hearing the recommendations, but let's continue the conversation. Let's still be open to all of them with guidelines, with staff coming back, and then hear different ideas, hear different concepts. It doesn't have to be density bonuses. It could be something else that may be another incentive that you might think about in your research looking at other properties. Staff might already have some other ideas. But let's just not scratch off the list because the state requires it to get funding that we use, that does great programs. It helps with rehabbing older homes for people who can't afford it. It helps with people repairing their roofs who can't afford it right now. The program does so much more than just putting up affordable housing. But these are things that are required for you to keep that first part functioning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Carla Amaral. I live in Palm Coast. I'm also a member of the AHAC committee, and we receive over $1 million from the state. And there are 3 mandatory things that we have to do. It's have a process to review anything that will increase the cost of housing. We do not have that. It is to have public lands suitable for affordable housing on a website. We have the thing, but there's no land in it. I know that the city of Palm Coast owns infill lots that already have water and sewer, so it is appropriate for affordable housing, it's just not there. The third thing is expedited permitting, which we actually do pretty well. I'm asking you guys to come up with these processes to fulfill your obligation. And then when you hear the word incentive, it's language that we get from Florida Housing Coalition. It's not monetary. They give us 11 incentives that we work on and that we recommend to you guys. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's monetary. If you divide a duplex lot in half, that is an incentive, right, to build, but it's not monetary, and it doesn't increase density. There are things that we can do today that will bring workforce housing. And again, people hear affordable and they think something, it's not. It's 30% of your income, and it's our firefighters, our teachers, our nurses, home ownership. I mean, we build homes. So to me, it's home ownership. It's not really rental that I'm really concentrating on. It's homes. We want to get these people into homes that they can afford. Starter homes. We're not putting them in like 3,000 square feet homes, but that they can afford, that they can own, that they can build generational wealth. Those are the incentives that we are talking about and that you can do. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater just because, you know, density bonuses scare you. There are simple things that you can do today to bring affordable housing to our workforce in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Nicole Graves, the East Flagler Mosquito Control District. I am a representative of AHAC as well, and to echo everyone's sentiments on AHAC, but I just wanted to add a couple more notes. If we look at ADU ordinances now, when the state decides thou must, we will be ahead of the curve because we will have already set into place some form of Palm Coast guidelines, right? And I'm not saying that it has to be in Palm Coast proper as it is now. I'm saying maybe ADUs are in the westward expansion. I'm saying maybe ADUs have a new minimum lot size, right? So thou must have 20,000 square feet to have an ADU on their homestead. I'm saying maybe we look at Project Orange where things are pre-approved and pre-done so they look like our homes in Palm Coast, same siding, same color schemes, so they're not standing out. And you can set no Airbnbs. You can set this, that has to be a long-term rental, and the primary homeowner must live in either the primary residence or the ADU. So there are things to think about there. Number 7, the Community Land Trust. I think everybody got hung up on thinking their incentives were going to come from impact fees, and we forget that this is a nonprofit. People can donate money to it. It could have fun. It's a tax write-off. We could have fundraising for it. It could be eligible to apply for state and federal grants that are specific to housing and not water projects, as we used an example of. So again, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and don't think about Palm Coast as its current entity, but think we are moving westward. Maybe that's what the new community looks like. Maybe it's just a little bit different. Maybe we build something similar to like brownstones, and that's what so they're not townhomes, we own them, but they're on small lot sizes. That would be a cute community where we could have shopping and people could walk and live and work and play. Because that's what Palm Coast is about. We need to not think about what is here and what is now, and just like all of you said, we need to think about what's in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any closing remarks before we vote?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the types of things we're talking about, where it's code and policy in terms of construction and what's allowed, those are the things that I'm in favor of, like you mentioned, rather than, money, things like that they're not naturally causing the cost of housing to decrease. It's just a subsidy that's doing that. So What we can do in terms of construction, design, things like that, I'm all for that. I'm not for the things where we're throwing money at a subsidy. And, you know, you can tell me that's not what we're talking about here. But that's been the argument every single time in the history of the world is that's not, this time it'll be different. I don't think it's going to be different. So I can't support that, but I can support the things like that can reduce the cost, the construction cost, the overall cost for, you know, those people that need that help in terms of starter homes, things like that. And that's what I'll support.
Yeah, thank you for that. I 100% agree. I 100% agree, and I appreciate Tony and Carla meeting with me, having the idea about the duplex lots. I don't know what council's feeling is on that, but I would like to further explore that. So those types of ideas, because it's limited, right? We know we only have a certain amount of those left in the community, so we know what the direct result of that is going to be. We can control it still. So those types of things, I am with you, Councilman Miller. I'm in favor of those. To clarify the motion, are we taking 6 and 7 off of the things that council is going to bring back to us, or is your motion encompassing all 7 of these?
So it was all 7, just so the term that I used was to acknowledge your recommendations. And I think,
That we
unless I'm
gave
wrong,
direction.
staff, do you guys have any questions on guidance, on direction? I mean, I think, do we need to be explicit 1 through 5 as far as accepting, or we acknowledge recommendations, understanding that this
I just want to
council,
make sure I understand the motion.
this council
we're just-
understands 1 through 5, you know, we prefer 1 through 5.
We're just accepting acknowledge, like you said, acknowledging their recommendations. That's not
You're
making any-
accepting.
I
the
see a
report.
difference between acknowledge and
that's all.
accept.
Right, I do.
I think
too.
those words have different meaning.
I do too.
I say I'm acknowledging the report.
Is that what you said?
So
Councilman
I interpret this, and Ms. Gonzalez, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a report that was presented. You guys are saying, hey, we appreciate the report. That's what pretty much the motion is today. Yeah, I've heard from your discussions, you gave staff direction on what you want, like them to come back and present to you, but I believe no official action on this council is going to be taken from this vote. This is just them saying, hey, thank you for the report. We acknowledge your report.
Got it.
Well, if
That-
I'm not mistaken, there's a timeline because this report does have to go to the state for final approval, but it has to, your recommendations have to go to Flagler County Board of Commissions for them to accept our recommendation with their recommendations that will be sent to the state.
Right.
And
So
we-
we're choosing which of these recommendations to carry forward.
Correct.
So my,
So let me withdraw my motion.
Withdraw your second.
Okay, and so which ones are we accepting?
I am open to further exploring numbers 1, 2, and I think it was 5.
Here's my notes. It's on the back of this.
I think we went through this
1,
same
2,
thing
and
last
5, or
year.
1, 2 through 5.
I am in between. Here it is. I got 1, 2, 4, and 6.
No, 6 is ADU.
Yeah, I'm not as against it as you are.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not.
With limitations in terms of, you know, to me, I don't want it to be rented out to some other person that's not in the household.
Which ones does everybody agree are out?
Everybody likes a good pool house.
I'm gonna
I
go
can
that
support
route.
1, 2, 4, and 6.
I have no problem. Well, what was the ADU number?
6.
Yeah, as long as we exclude 6, that's my biggest drawback. The other ones are, you know, a lot of things you can't control anyway, because if somebody creates a community trust fund, the city has no control over that. Ms. shaking her head like, we have input, but, you know, that's a private entity that's
But it
creating
also requires subsidy. It also requires
Yeah.
things on the front end to stand up. So it's not like the city and government will not be providing things to
I
it.
just want to make sure 1, 2, 4, 5.
1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Okay.
No, there's a couple people who want 6 as well, so I don't, but I don't want to exclude them. So I'm
Just
for
if-
1, 2.
If Dave is a
5.
no on ADUs, then we can strike it. If Dave's like, okay, maybe, then we can keep it. I don't know.
Okay, so 1, 2, 4, and 5 is what I'm hearing?
1, 2, 4, 5, 6. He's not 6.
We know where you stand. What do you think?
I have no
mean,
problem,
you're
I have
kinda
no
the
problem
fence.
Where do you
accepting any of
stand?
them
Yeah.
because all we're doing is accepting their
I-
report, and, so, really. So make your
Make the
a
motion, and then we'll see.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the resolution accepting recommendations number 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
Got a second? One of you guys second it.
I'll second it.
We got a second? Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
No.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
No.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Can I get consensus to adjourn for 20
We
minutes?
got a lunch break going on.
Yeah, I was
20
gonna
minutes?
say there is lunch available,
Is
so.
20 minutes good for everyone?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to take a 20-minute break, a 20-minute recess. 2023 State Housing Initiative Partnership SHIP Annual Report. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Debbie Paradowski, Housing Program Manager. Right now, we're just presenting the 2023 Annual SHIP Report. So we're in 2026, but this is what we reported in 2025 for how we spent our SHIP funds that we received in 2023. And so the SHIP program, it's funded through the document stamp taxes that we receive through the state. It's distributed by population to all counties and eligible cities, like the city of Palm Coast. And it supports a comp plan, and it's locally administered, so we develop our own plans and our own programs, but then it does have state oversight. And we, as the county, we are the primary administrator of the fund and the monitoring and the program for the funds that we receive on behalf of the city of Palm Coast. So during this reporting cycle, just to let the city council know, we did preserve or improve 33 homes across Flagler County, and about 3/4 of them, of course, within the city of Palm Coast. We get that question a lot. Where are they? It did include, we did have roofs replaced. We had major rehabilitations of homes. We also did some purchase assistance, including some purchase assistance with rehab. So for first-time home buyers that were buying homes, we did include some rehab and repair for those to a minor extent. As part of the state's reporting requirements, we also document our fund leveraging, and so we did it, which means the purpose of this was to generate local economic activity. And so we had $1.27 million in SHIP funding, and it did generate roughly $3 million in local economic activity within Flagler County. And we do focus on local vendors and local contractors when we do our work. We try to.
I have a question.
Yes.
How do we come to the $3 million in investment? Is that matches or other dollars spent, or is it just what the economic impact is of that 1.27 as it's respent?
Yeah, so when we do a project, we are required to not only report how much we spent out of our SHIP funds, but for each project, we have to go back and look and see how much private funds were spent in that project, and then we report that. But also the state has a report that did show across the state, there was like a 4-time economic, like $4 for every dollar of SHIP dollars spent for the local economic activities. You're welcome. And also, I think in that report, just to notice that it does include sometimes there's an increase in property values when you're repairing some of the vacant, dilapidated housing. And it also reduces some of the costs associated with unsafe housing that could happen over time. So in the State SHIP Annual Report, we're also required to demonstrate how our local partnerships enhance program delivery and how our local government helps prevent homelessness. So we did have that in the report that we provided to you. We highlighted in this year's report our close partnership with city staff, particularly on outreach. We also have housing counseling. We've increased that partnership now, and blending SHIP with CDBG resources in order to make them go further. Together, we're able to assist home buyers who need additional financial guidance and address complex rehabilitation projects that might otherwise fall through the cracks. We've also reported how we integrate other funding sources, such as the state's hurricane loss mitigation program, to strengthen the resiliency of our local housing stock. Those funds, they reinforce the same homes that we preserve through SHIP, as well as others that don't typically qualify for the SHIP assistance. And on the policy side, our Joint Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, it rounds out the approach. The committee helps both local governments craft targeted incentives that extend the reach of SHIP by encouraging private sector development of affordable housing, and their contributions are reflected in this year's report. And through this coordinated structure, SHIP investments deliver a powerful return. As I said earlier, it's estimated at the state to be a $4 for every $1 investment. And it keeps those dollars right here in Flagler County and in the city of Palm Coast. And so then our structure of our housing services division within Health and Human Services is one of the reasons the program performs well. We've demonstrated this on the report. So you'll see that described in the report where we highlight how Human Services provides indigent health care and emergency rental assistance for working families, retirees, and people with disabilities. And those interventions prevent homelessness before it happens. That's the purpose of that. We also reported that our Senior Services offers aging in place modifications, wellness programs, and respite care, and that complements the work that we do in housing rehabilitation. These targeted services encourage aging in place and help reduce hospitalizations and emergency homelessness interventions the county would otherwise need to fund. So we coordinate these supports intentionally to maximize the outcomes, and that level of integration, housing, human, and senior services is exactly what the state expects to see as a county level SHIP administrator, and what allows us to operate efficiently, stay fully compliant, and maintain the comprehensive structure that keeps the SHIP funding reliably within Flagler County and the city of Palm Coast. So, and I'd like to close by briefly explaining how SHIP funding compliance works, because unlike a grant that's spent in a single fiscal year, SHIP operates on a rolling multi-year cycles. And so each allocation, like the 22-23 fund reported here, has a 2-year expenditure window. And in this case, it was through June 30th of 2025. We're just now presenting this to you. And so the final report was due by September 15th, and we did get that report to the state. And it was approved. So we're already expending our 23-24 funding and encumbering 24-25 funds, so several allocations are always active at one time. And that creates this nonlinear money in, money out pattern, and that's to help us to meet our compliance, which we have been meeting consistently every year. I mean, compliance is really focused primarily on home ownership activities. And so you'll know that we do have to work on construction. 75% of that 1 year's allocation should be on construction activities like rehabbing the home. 65 have to support home ownership activities that could include foreclosure prevention or purchase assistance for first-time home buyers, or even rehabilitation. But we do have to focus 60% of our funds on low and very low income households. And then even for rental, they cap that. Everything else is a minimum, but we can't spend more than 25% of an allocation that we receive on any type of rental activity. And so our role is to manage these overlaps strategically. We develop our programs that get approved by the City of Palm Coast Board and then by the state in order to strategize how we meet those goals. And it just remains balanced and flexible, although we do have some state guidelines. And so with that, I'll conclude this report's presentation to ask if you have any questions about the SHIP report.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is really a good news story for the city of Palm Coast for this reporting period. $1.27 million, and 24 to 33 houses that were rehabbed were within the city boundaries of Palm Coast, correct?
Most of them are within the city of Palm Coast. We do rehabilitate some in Bunnell and in the west side of the county.
Yeah, but those 24, the 33 were.
Oh, yes.
So that's a good news story for Palm Coast. Right, Miss Jackie? She's nodding her head.
Correct.
She's giving me the north-south. Anything from the council?
I just had a couple questions. The chart where you have the program funding and expenditure summary, it says 0 on home ownership counseling. Is that because there hasn't been any provided, or there's just no costs associated with it?
No, we didn't have a contract with our counseling agency. We had one since the inception until 2019. But we've reinstated that partnership, so it's not reflected on this particular report.
Okay.
But to be clear, city did have credit counseling and counseling programs offered back then. So even though they may have not gotten it through SHIP funds, CDBG funds have covered those programs, and so the counseling was available through CDBG.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. And my only other question, towards the end, excuse me, of the report on page 10, the very last page, it says single-family area purchase price. The average area purchase price of single-family units was $227,600. Is that whole area? Is that with SHIP funds? What is that number?
That's just the homes that were purchased using SHIP funds.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for this. I appreciate this update, and I agree. This is a good thing. Thank you.
So it would be safe to assume that those prices were homes that needed to be brought up to speed. that price. What was it, 225?
227.
227?
Well, it also could have been because we've recently, in the last 4 to 5 years, have been combining both SHIP and CDBG funding. So you could have had CDBG funds as well as the SHIP funds that subsidize that buyer to be able to have a down payment or closing cost assistance that gave them the additional costs. So the price of the home could have been between $250 and $275.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anything else?
I have one thing.
Yes, yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I understood on the 33 Flagler households assisted. The 1.27, that was just the Palm Coast money, City of Palm Coast money, or was that all of the SHIP money?
That was all of it. That was the.
For the county too?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else from the council? Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Got a second? Any further discussion of council? We'll open this for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning the ships? The ship funds from 22-23. Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're moving on to item 7, resolution approving option and ground lease agreement with Diamond Tower V LLC for the construction of 2 telecommunication towers at 1384 Rimfire Drive. Yes, sir, Doug.
Good afternoon, council. Get started here. Doug Akins, IT Director. I'm joined here by Tom Winooski from Diamond Communications. We're here to present you with 2 ground leases for cell towers for your consideration. The first one is 1385 Rimfire Drive. This is at Ralph Carter Park. The lease language is largely the same as leases as we've had in the past. The big difference here is that there is an existing tower at this location. This is the last city-owned tower that we have in the city. A while ago, when I came to council looking for guidance on how you wanted us to move forward with the master plan, the guidance I got was to move away from city-owned towers and towards land leases. This is a location that Verizon has been trying to get coverage on for a number of years now. And because the tower the city owns is older, it's a stealth flagpole tower, it is very hard for Verizon to co-locate there because of the technical limitations. So Diamond has offered to construct their own tower there. And what would happen is we would not have 2 towers side by side. Diamond would build their tower. Then they would move over the existing tenant, which is T-Mobile. And then once that tenant is moved over, Diamond would, at their own cost, tear down the city's tower, leaving their tower there. And then they would bring on Verizon afterwards. So part of the ask is, in the wireless master plan, you'll see this one is identified as E3. E stands for existing. The existing cell tower sites are laid out in the master plan for identification, but they are not identified as buildable sites. So we're asking you to add this to the wireless master plan. It'd be site S19, I believe, the next number in line, in order to move forward with building the plan. But as I mentioned, the terms are largely the same as we had in the past. Even though there's an existing tower there, Diamond is still paying $50,000 once they start the construction. In our past leases, we received 40% of the first tenant. Because this was our tenant, Diamond is giving us 100% of those fees that we had, or that we have currently. So we are assigning over the lease to them because without a city tower, we can't fulfill that lease. So we are giving them the T-Mobile lease, and they are giving us back 100% of those sublease fees. There is one change to the lease since it was added to the packet, and that is just that any amendment that Diamond negotiates on that initial lease with T-Mobile, they would get 50% and we would get 50%. So we retain 100% of what we get now, but any amendment they make, if there's an increase that comes out of that amendment, they would get 50% of that and we would get 50% of that. And then, like our other agreements, we would receive 50% of any subleases after the initial lease from Diamond Communications. And so Tom is here, and he's got some slides. I don't know if he had any questions for him or for us.
Anyone, any questions from the council?
I have a couple.
They might be addressed in the lease exhibit. Perhaps
go for
we
it.
can show that. Might show you how it looks. sorry, speaking to the microphone. The, just as everybody is familiar, this is Ralph Carter Park. The existing flagpole is on the rear of the soccer fields. It's accessed by a existing gravel road that gets there. It's surrounded by landscaping. We're simply going to add on to that existing compound, continue the landscaping through, and place the new pole in the new compound. T-Mobile's ground equipment, which is already there, doesn't move. And what will happen is they'll simply run their cables to the new pole and mount on the new pole. The issues that have to do with the flagpole type design right now are simply that it's too small for the current antenna. And particularly in Florida, there is a heat issue that builds up in those antennas as well, so in the flagpole itself. So between that and maintenance, simply there's no room to add additional carriers to that flagpole, which is why even though Verizon has had an interest for years, they have not been able to locate on that existing pole. This will then group both carriers at the same location, and that way you only have one existing tower at the end of this. So that's the primary focus. And we're just going to go one more for detail on the compound as you get in. One more after this. Take one more after that. There we go. This shows the extension. You'll see it's a little bit of offset. There's an existing pad transformer that we have to avoid. That's going to be in the landscaping area, but it basically follows the same fence line that exists today.
Any follow-ups, Councilman Miller?
Yeah, so Doug, I have a question. How many leases do we have with Diamond currently, not including these?
I can't say exactly. I want to say 5.
And then how many of them do not have towers on them right now?
I want to say 3. There's one at the Mock site, which is currently under construction. The only one that they've leased and haven't built on is on right here on Royal Palms. Leased a site there, and then afterwards, a tower company came and built on 95, which took the carrier away. So after that, we've added the language to the leases where if they don't have a tenant after, I think it's 3 years, we have the option of getting out of the lease.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. Do we have language that limits the time of these leases if there's no pole tower built?
Yes, sir. And after 2 years, if they don't have a paying tenant, they start paying us rent like the option, like $1,000. It's minimal, but they pay us, so we're not getting nothing for our land.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, we're not entering into leases, and not to disparage Diamond in any way, but tying up resources that could be alternately used by someone else potentially, whether market conditions or whatever the case may be that prevents a tower from going up. I don't want it sitting there for 30 years as part of our plan, not being used, not having a tower go up to provide service in the city. So that was the main gist of my questions. So thank you for that.
Any other questions from council?
I had one.
Yes, sir.
Just, I may have missed it in the reading, but schedule for this, how long it's going to take to make this
So we
change?
would still have to go through your building permit
I
process,
understand.
which is taking us about 2 months at this point. We have 2 in there right now that we're currently finalizing. One on Fire Station 22, which was the last one we were
Right.
here. Another one up on Route 1 as well. The actual building of this, will take about 6 weeks. We're going to try and make sure that we do this when the fields are not being used for soccer. And then once that tower is up, the T-Mobile antennas need to be moved over to that. That takes, that should only take a week or 2 because they have the existing ground equipment and they're simply rerouting the cables to new antennas. And then that pole comes down, which takes, just about a week after that. So overall, about an 8-week process.
And they have to keep service going.
Exactly. They can't take down the pole till we build a new pole. So
Can you
for a
put
short-
some parking in while you're there?
Yeah, that's right.
Attach it onto the.
Yes, sir. Councilman Gambaro.
I'm just going to ask the dumb question. No lighting is going to come off this thing, right?
Correct. It's the same
Ralph
height
Carter.
as the existing tower. The tower is not being extended in any way. It's the same existing height.
Okay, but no additional lighting or anything like that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, move to approve the resolution.
Second?
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion of the council? We'll open this up for public discussion. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte. So these towers currently are T-Mobile and they're 4G towers, are they not?
The T-Mobile one, I'm not sure if they're 4G or 5G at this point. I know there's some recent enhancements done there.
Okay, how old are they?
That tower was constructed in 2008.
Ms. Duarte.
Ms. Duarte, you,
Just, yeah.
You said discussion, so I
it's not,
figured I would, okay.
public comments are directed to the council, and we'll follow up. I'm sure Doug's right.
All right, sure. So this is an existing tower, and Diamond is trying to take over the T-Mobile. Is T-Mobile even aware of this? And also, too, are the properties, are they Flagler properties, or are they Palm Coast properties? Because I know some of our towers apparently are on Flagler properties. And having 5G cell towers next to fire departments and soccer fields, I don't think it's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? We'll bring it back to Doug. Doug, can you answer any of those questions?
Sure, we don't have any of our cell towers on Flagler properties. In the original master plan in 2018, I believe, we had coordinated with the schools, and the schools had their properties on the master plan. Since that time, we've removed all those, and we don't have any school or county properties on the master plan in Salt City.
All right, thank you, sir.
And just real quickly, as far as T-Mobile, we have been talking to T-Mobile. We couldn't move forward to this point without it.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants two towers.
That was safe to assume. Thank you, sir. Any follow-ups from the council? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to Resolution 2026, approving an option and ground lease agreement with Diamond Tower V LLC for the construction of a telecommunications tower at 350 Sesame Boulevard.
Yes, sir. So
Doug, yes, sir.
This is the second location we're proposing today. This is at 350 Sesame Boulevard. This is Seminole Woods Neighborhood Park. This is a site that was approved in the wireless master plan back when we presented to you in March. It was approved as site number S2. Again, the terms are the same as they have been with previous agreements. A 5-year lease, 30 years total, $50,000 on commencement of a tower construction, 40% of the sublease for the first tenant, and then 50% for each additional tenant. And the one difference here is that where the tower is being placed is part of the trail area, and Diamond is willing to reroute the trail at their own expense. So just a quick visual on that. This is the existing trail, and you can see to the left there kind of where the new trail will route. This was presented to the Parks and Rec Department. They reviewed it and were okay with the way the trail is being rerouted. And with that, I'll hand it over to Tom.
So the main point with this one is there is an existing water pump fenced area on the property with an existing driveway. What we wanted to do was not add to anything else in the park, not create anything, and just simply expand the compound that was there. So you'll see our compound is actually an L shape. It follows around the edge of the back of the existing fence line, and we incorporate both the tower and the equipment around the existing structure and area that is there right now. It does go a little out onto the path. That's why we're going to have to reroute the path through that area, but without taking down any trees. We are responsible for looking at all trees and wetlands in the area, and that has been done to ensure that we're not taking down any trees that, any large growth trees in that area. There is scrub bush, but it's not large growth trees. And we will reroute that path around that. So this allows us to use the existing driveway to get to the site without further access onto anything nor other impediments in the area. So again, it's a pretty standard, and we do have 2 interested carriers for this location.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions from the council?
As far as rerouting this path, is there a plan to have landscaping buffers in between this fenced-in area and the path? I don't know what it existed like before, so I just know that if I was walking through the woods and I came across some, electrical boxes and things like that, that would probably be a little bit off-putting. Trying to get out there and see nature and things like that. So I don't know if we've discussed that. Trying to cover those a little bit so it's not as obtrusive.
We have no objection to landscaping and improving the fence. So right now, there is an existing fence around that existing area. It's a chain link. What we would do is improve that. We can also do board on board. That would help so it's less visible. That only is, our only question that we tend to ask is, do you want to be able to see inside the compound for a safety reason, or do you want it screened and opaque? We're happy to go either way, but that
I think in terms of
jurisdictions
that,
vary by how they view that.
The SMEs would probably be best, just as long as there is something that screens from the outside, like landscaping or something like that. If it's easier to accomplish with the fencing material, then okay. If it's something that prevents us from being able to maintain it or inspect it in certain ways, then the landscaping would probably be the better way. I don't know what that looks like, so.
You guys have, was it 10 feet fence around?
Yes.
These, because
Yeah,
really,
it's an 8-foot fence, usually with a foot of barbed wire on top, is the standard, but that's not necessarily what we would do here. What we do normally in a lot of these other situations is that board-on-board stockade type fence. It tends to weather nice, particularly in a wooded area. It's going to basically blend in. And with some additional landscaping around that tends to help. As long as it's not the deer-friendly food or anything else, then we can certainly buffer that out. As far as being able to see in the compound, we can also leave the front part still, like on your access in, it doesn't necessarily have to be the board-on-board, it can be chain link, but we're happy to work out these details with the building
Yeah,
department.
I mean, to the point about it's about the trail, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, the front is not part of that trail. That's the access point. So, but again, however we need it is I don't know what that looks like from our side in terms of what's already there. Who needs to access that? Do they need to visually inspect from the outside, or does it need to be, or can it be blocked?
We don't, and it's more in different urban areas where we have these type of compounds. They're more, it becomes more of a safety issue where people may use it for encampments. You don't seem to have that problem in Palm Coast, so I don't think it's quite the same level of security needed in that area. And in those situations, we do use that stockade type fence.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have an issue either way.
yeah, a lot of people don't understand that these towers and the security involved with them, this is considered critical infrastructure as far as nationally and locally. Anything else from the council? Do you have something, Councilman Gambaro?
I had a couple questions. Why was this location chosen as the next location for a cell tower?
So we've been, this was placed on the master plan over the last year, and that was also because we were trying to pursue something here along with further up the boulevard. We had a location that was interested by all three carriers that we were just not able to come to any city properties that would make any sense. They were basically floodplains, there was the dry lake bed that's going to be repurposed. So we tried to find the closest available city property that would work for the carriers and still provide coverage within the neighborhoods here. This was one, we've actually been talking about this site probably for about 3 or 4 years. And this finally got traction once we were able to establish that the other area that we wanted simply wasn't available. This was the next best thing.
Okay. In previous presentations, we've seen kind of I'm going to call it a heat map. It's really like a coverage map. So it shows where coverages are weak, where they're strong, and it helps the public understand why a tower is needed. I didn't see that in the presentation. Was that analysis done to see what our coverage in this area specifically looks like?
It was done when it was placed on the master plan, and I apologize for not including it here. When we added it to the master plan, that was one of the main reasoning behind that. But I can tell you that the coverage there is not good, which is why we have both carriers interested.
Where is the next closest tower to this area?
It's I think by the airport.
I know there's one at the airport.
I think I saw
back out
a site for the airport, but I didn't.
I
don't
can't
know
on
if
this
there's a
slide,
tower
sir.
on it.
Right, we can't tell.
There's one on US 1 near Seminole Woods area. I'm not sure how close it is
Like
to this location.
S11, I think, was the airport one.
Correct.
There's a couple
Tree.
slides back.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if these have towers on them.
Yeah, is there a tower on that one right now?
on S1, no, that's Wireless Edge has a lease there. They're building a tower there. Correct.
So yeah, so the question, it's Where is the next closest one that's already built?
US one somewhere is what you said, you just mentioned.
I know I've seen, it's not, related to us at all, but I know there is a tower there. I'm not sure who's on it. And there's also one at the airport.
Yeah, I
The
believe there's
airport,
further
there's
up
one
at
up-
the, near,
100.
There's one over at the high school.
Yep.
Here.
It's quite a ways.
Mhm.
Well, the airport has.
Yeah, just if you could, for future presentations,
Understood.
include the
And I
coverage map.
apologize.
We do need to show a need for it,
Understood.
for the residents.
Yeah, I mean, if they're operating off of the same tower we are right now, essentially,
Yeah.
in South Seminole Woods, that's a long ways off.
Yeah, and you'll notice on this map as well, due north of our site, you'll see the blue area. That was where we actually wanted to go. That has a high demand on Seminole Woods Boulevard, but it's simply
wet.
not available due to wetlands and there's some other access issues.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion of council? Public comment? We'll open this up for public comment. Yes, Mr. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte, you said that this is on an existing water pump property. On a molecular level, are they compatible with the heat map, above ground, below ground? How does that affect our groundwater? I think that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. This is a wetland. This is,
Correct. It is not a wetland area. We have to do.
there's a pump station there, right? Some
It's
type
a
of
pump station.
Yeah, it's not wet.
Right. And we also do a geotech in the area to ensure that we're not near any pipes or anything for the foundation.
Yes, sir. Any follow-ups from the council? Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to the consent agenda. We did have one item.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Doug. It's getting late in the afternoon. Okay, we're moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any issues with the consent agenda? We did have one item that was removed from the consent, which we clarified, and we're going to get receipts for the verifier, right, legal counsel?
No, the other item, that was a different item. There is still one item still on.
Well, I know that one's on there as far as the city manager, but the other one for the acting city manager from back in 2024, that's been cleared up. That was
It was just amended.
That was indemnified.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. McLaughlin has direction on that if city council has questions.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions on that item?
I have questions on 10 through 13, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
All right, go right ahead, Busman.
Love it.
And 13.
The advisory board, I think we discussed making sure there was one member per district, and I just don't see reference to that in section 3, subsection A. It just doesn't specify that we'd make an effort to appoint the 2 alternates at large, but then 1 member per district. I guess technically it would be 3 at large because we only have 4 districts.
Yeah. You're you're the attorney.
Ms.
You're looking
Pontieri,
at
I'm
the
so sorry. I thought you were asking.
Paging legal counsel.
All right. Ask that question again. Sorry.
Sure. So we discussed making sure there was at least one person per district on PRAB, this advisory board, and I don't see reference to that in section 3A.
I thought it was, James, do you have any answer to that? I thought it was in there. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
No, I thought we.
Just says 5 members, 2 at large.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thought we tried to add that. Might have.
Yeah, we discussed making sure each district
that
was represented.
That's important in this case.
I swear it was in there, but if you say it's not, then I'll
It's not. No, I looked twice because I was like, I actually thought I missed it, but I don't see it.
Okay, well, we can, if it's not in there, that's a quick fix that we can make sure it's there. That does not need to come back. It's a resolution. My apologies, I'm missing that. If that is a motion that is wants to go forward.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with that amendment, if everybody's okay with that.
Yes, that's fine.
The number 11, can somebody just explain to me why is it we're entering into an agreement with FDOT for this construction of the swale system, the maintenance?
Yes, I thought that one was the FPL one. So the DOT one, there's 2 areas of storm drainage. One is we have some areas within the city where we have drainage systems and don't have easements. So one of those was that. The other one was drainage was coming through a lot from DOT or from behind. And as we looked at ways to improve the stormwater system, if we rerouted that drainage around, it's a drainage improvement. So we're digging out and grading a swale along an FPL. There's an FPL line there. That's on one of them. And the other one is we have an existing drainage feature already there, but we don't have an easement to go in there and maintain it and do the necessary work to upkeep it. So that is the other project on the other street.
Okay, so do we know what the cost will be?
It's done by in-house. There's no pipe. All it is some grading work of rerouting and making sure the drainage flows, taking out some trees. So it's going to be minimal cost. There'll be some cost, obviously, for disposing of the tree material and whatnot, but it's not a huge cost.
It's basically a ditch. Just a little information on it is that it's on FDOT property, right? That we have to tie in. So there were some instances of this area kind of being at the back of people's property lines and causing flooding and behind. So the thought process is there's a close retention pond that we can grade this in that direction so that instead of being in someone's backyard, it's going down the line. But it's right on the line of this private property and FDOT easements off of US 1. So that's why we have the permission from FDOT.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Sure. Question on number 12. So this is the thorn in my side, the FPL agreement to relocate the transmission pole for Old Kings. So in reading the contract, I mean, I don't even know why we have a contract because it essentially says if it costs more, they can charge us more, and there's nothing we can do or say about it. And there's no cap on, I don't even know why we have a cost estimate on here. And I know that's not your fault. It's FPL and we don't have any choice. But I guess in looking forward, as we're looking to future improvements, infrastructure projects, et cetera, can we just look at ways to avoid this in the future? I mean, this is costing a lot of money to relocate these poles. And I get it, these things happen when we're growing. I'm just looking for ways, as we're planning, to not be at the mercy of FPL, because that's what this is. We're at the mercy of FPL. They sent us this really dismissive letter that basically says, here's what we think it could be, but we'll increase the cost at our whim if it costs more. And the contract says the same exact thing. So thank you, FPL, for that.
But we have no choice.
And we have no choice. So I just as a, if there's anything that, maybe we can do in the future to, I don't know.
Ms. Pontieri, I will say, our last discussion we had about agreement like this, we did go to FPL and they did come back and give us language that we say, hey, if something does come back where the funding is more than what we expected, it still has to come before this board and be approved.
Yeah, no, I understand and I appreciate that. It doesn't keep the cost at a certain level. In other words,
I hear you on that.
And basically we're saying, okay, so we don't 4-lane Old Kings because FPL says no, pay us more money.
Right. It's $500,000.
That's our choice. So it's a prisoner's dilemma there.
Yeah, the good news is it came down from the original estimate because when we started design, they said it was going to be, I don't know, I can't remember the number, $1.5 million or something. So the number has come down after they completed design. This is one where we spent a long period of time with legal going back and forth because it's a transmission line basically in the middle of the Old Kings Road right away. So there's a lot of history, and there's some realignment of Old Kings Road at one time, and basically FPL was here first, so they had an easement rights for their pole in here. That's why we have to pay them to move them, even though they're within our right of way. Their easement came first. So this is one we cannot design around, but obviously if we could, we will definitely pursue that in the future.
Yeah, that's why I say just for future planning purposes, let's keep this experience in mind so that we are not in this position to the extent it's avoidable again in the future.
Understood.
All right, last one. I know I have been contacted many times about number 13, this indemnity agreement. I would just ask that it be explained for our benefit and for the residents' benefit. It looks a lot scarier than I think it actually is. So if we could just have somebody explain exactly what this agreement is, that would be great.
Ms. Pontieri, I think this is why I keep getting confused. I think you might be reading your old packet. So number
Oh, is it
13
the old packet? I'm
You're on
sorry.
the old packet, the number.
That's why I was like, when you said the first agenda, I didn't know why you were talking
I
to me.
apologize,
No
yeah.
worries. So you're talking about
Item 12 on the current agenda.
Right, the current.
Yeah, sorry, the indemnity agreement, yes.
We're following.
Yes, I apologize.
Can you,
We can handle it.
Council or city manager, explain what this contract is, please.
Okay, I may need Helena's backup on this, but from my understanding that this is, this indemnity agreement is an extension from the city to the city manager, along with the other members on this particular committee, an indemnity agreement for the work being conducted as planned administrators on behalf of the city and its employees.
So I guess my question is, because that's the way I read it as well.
Is that restricted to just that?
Yeah, it restricts it.
yeah, it's just for that.
It's just for the plan
Those two
administrator.
plans.
Right, but I guess my question is, I mean, if somebody is doing something in their capacity as a city employee, wouldn't they be personally protected anyways? I mean, why do we need an additional indemnity agreement?
I'm going to let Ms. Helena talk a little bit more about it.
Particular
A little more history. Yes, I would agree generally. If someone's working in their official capacity as city, yes, they are protected.
But also this indemnity also restricts itself in the ways that if you're doing things purposefully wrong, then, which would be the same thing, right, under an employment contract.
Correct.
If you're not behaving, in the right ways as per your job, then you're not covered either.
Correct.
And I would say that there's statute behind this, right, Ms. Helena?
So Helena Alves, Finance Director. This is the history on it. So the committee was established by City Council, according to our records, in 2000. And it was established which positions were going to be part of this committee. Now, this is not to manage city funds. You're talking about retirement funds. So I think that might be why the indemnity agreements were brought in, I believe, in 2012 for those committee members.
And the committee members are the HR, fire chief, city manager.
And the Public Works Director. I think the idea is to have a representation of the entire employee population.
So the indemnity that's being granted, most likely the ones pursuing any legal action would be the employees of the city, because it's
And their beneficiaries, I would think.
because you're administrating the retirement plan. I understand. I'm just saying, it's if they were to be acting, bad actors, so to speak, within the retirement plan, right, doing something.
Well, paragraph 2 has limitations spelled out on it, and it says nothing in the indemnity agreement shall be deemed to relieve the indemnity of any liability that may be incurred by way of violation of the criminal law, transactions in which the indemnity derived improper personal benefit, willful misconduct, gross negligence, performance of duties pursuant to then applicable laws that prohibit such.
So they're trying to act in the best interest of the employees in managing the fund. They are personally protected by the city on those acts if, say, an employee were to sue and say something wrong with their retirement funds.
Yes, so
Based on, say, an investment decision.
exactly, that is correct.
Not wrong as something that they perceive to be as negatively impacting their retirement fund.
And in order to be on the committee, do you also have to be a beneficiary or a member of the plan?
The City of Palm Coast has the defined contribution plan, so we're automatically members of the plan. Now, the committee doesn't act on its own. There is a hired advisor, retirement advisor, that basically chairs that committee and proposes. It's very rare that we have to make decisions on investments, but let's say quarterly review shows that a particular investment being assessed on 4 different levels: return, costs, performance, risk by the investment manager, right? So they do an analysis, a deep analysis every quarter, and let's say if that investment isn't performing up to benchmark, right? So they'll make a recommendation to the committee to replace it with something similar for the employee, but that performs better, right? And then no decisions are made on behalf of the employees. They do get a letter that says, hey, we're proposing to substitute this investment with this investment. Should you not want that to automatically happen, get with your retirement advisor. We offer that through Voya for our employees also, and make different investment decisions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more follow-ups? You got any, Councilman Gambaro? You pulled your mic over.
I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, move approve of the consent agenda with the amendments to the
Is it 10 or 11, or is it 9 or 8?
H9, the Parks and Rec Committee with the addition of the districts, correct.
Second.
Got a second. Any further discussion from council?
No, sir.
We will open this up for public comment.
So am I correct that this resolution for the amenity has been removed, or did we just bring it back in? Also, on 13, sole source agreements for miscellaneous parts for PEP tanks, that kind of reduces our buying options and costs. Also on 14, approving a piggyback contract with Houston Galveston. We're piggybacking whose contract with Houston's Galveston? That's questionable. It's incomplete. I'd like to see the full packet to see that. And for 15, as long as it's with full transparency with the property owners, I have no problem with the bulkheads. But also, we definitely need clarification on this resolution 12 for the amenity. Don't want to just go flying through under our noses.
Thank you, Ms. Duarte. Yes, Mr. Davis.
Jeremy Davis. I'm here on the H12. Here's the problem in plain English. The agenda now describes this as an amenity agreement with the city manager, but the backup packet that was published includes amenity agreements for more than one person, including the former acting city manager and the current city manager. Those are not the same thing. Council cannot vote on a moving target and call it transparency. So I have a short set of fact-based questions that must be answered on the record before any vote. First, what exactly is council approving this afternoon? One agreement or two? Please state the name of each person covered by the vote. Second, are the agreements already signed and executed? If yes, who signed them and on what date? If any agreement is not fully executed, do not vote on it. Third, why do the agreements use retroactive effective dates that start before council approval? Please cite the legal authority that allows retroactive indemnification and explain why it is needed. Fourth, what costs can be paid? Attorney fees only or also settlements and judgment? Please say it clearly. Fifth, who decides when indemnification starts and when it stops? Name the decision maker and the process. Is there any independent review before taxpayer funds are committed? 6, what is the financial limit? Is there a cap? If there is no cap, say that clearly. 7th, what insurance coverage exists today for this exact risk? And why is insurance with defined limits not the primary tool here instead of an open-ended indemnity obligation? Now, the common sense part, residents are routinely told by this city, including by the mayor, that if we have a dispute, we should go to litigation. That means the city is telling residents to spend our own money in court. But today, you are being asked to approve on amenity structure that can shift legal costs onto the public for officials. That imbalance is exactly why this cannot be buried on consent and rushed through without answers. My request is simple, and it is about process and accountability, not personalities. Pull item 12 from consent, state exactly who is covered, answer these questions on the record in plain language, then consider a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more public comments concerning consent agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Legal counsel is running it to ground. We pulled out, Miss Lauren Johnson was pulled off of there. She's already been indemnified back in 2024. That was a mistake made. We'll run it to ground and see where that mistake was made. The only one that is being voted on today is indemnifying the city manager for his position on that committee or that board as far as handling the retirement funds.
That's
Am I
correct, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Johnson's prior one was approved by the prior city council back in 2024. I believe it was sometime in March or April.
All right, are there any other follow-ups? Any other follow-ups? Okay, Ms. Cook, call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to our final public participation. Anyone have any final participation comments they would like to make regarding things that are not on the agenda?
Did we approve the rest of the consent agenda?
Yes, we approved the whole thing.
Okay.
No public comments. We'll bring it back to the dais for matters not on the agenda. I'd just like to take a moment to thank the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha for inviting me and my wife out to their Founders Day. We honored 4 ladies from that sorority: Sandra Booker, Dr. Robbie Johnson, Dr. Phyllis Pearson, and our Flagler County Superintendent of Schools, LaShaka Moore. That was their 118th anniversary of the founding of that sorority, and they're doing great works within the community. A lot of people know Dr. Pearson. She's everywhere. You can't shake a stick without running into Dr. Pearson. So I'd like to thank those ladies for inviting me out, and I think that's all I have for now. Any follow-ups from the council? Anybody have anything?
Just really quickly, I just want to send thoughts and prayers to the families in our community who have lost homes to fires in this last week, and commend our fire department. Although we had loss of structure, we had no loss of life, and that is always the most important thing. So thank you to the folks who responded and to the community. There's already been a lot of community support behind these families. I'm grateful for that. So let's just continue to keep them in our thoughts and prayers and continue that community support.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank my fellow council members on having a robust discussion today, but also, again, making tough decisions for the future of our city. It's not easy. It's taken a lot of thought and consideration, but I know we're doing the right thing for the future of our community, and I just appreciate the teamwork in tackling these big issues.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sullivan, you have anything?
Nope.
I don't really see anything else that I need to discuss. We've got a lot of things coming up in the future, but I guess we can discuss those at later council meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few items to discuss real quick. I'll be asking for a shade meeting regarding Holland Park. We'll be scheduling that meeting for next week. And then also, just as a follow-up, I believe Mr. Blocker, when I was out, requested a shade meeting regarding the HBA lawsuit and the Palm Coast Holding lawsuit. So we will be getting those scheduled as well and meeting with you on those calendars.
All right, thank you, sir. That's it? City manager, any?
Yes, sir, real quick. I'll be soon seeking council consensus for the community survey going out here pretty soon so that the deputy city manager and Director Kershaw can carry on with that process. Working with several citizens that have been referred to me either by staff or by council with different types of community issues. budget message was disseminated today to the exec team, also with a copy to each one of you. My message going forward for the 26-27 budget season. And we'll also be accelerating or doing a little bit of digging on seeing what it takes to accelerate that full council packet agenda for the community.
All right, thank you, sir. I think that's all we got.
Just one question. Sole source.
Yes, excuse me.
The PEP tanks, are those budgeted? Did they come in over budget, under budget? It's quite a bit of money.
I will.
What you got, Brian? Yeah, sure, if you got a quick answer.
I assume it's budgeted as far as R&R, but, you know, whether it's more than what we expect or have budgeted, just like to know that.
Yeah, that's for going forward. It's aligned with the budget and it's for replacement parts. So that's not the large.
Okay, so we're
tanks
just,
for
this is
replacement
a
parts.
stock of like PE
Pumps,
parts.
electronics that we replacement, those.
I use parts.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And were there any questions on the other two items?
No, the other two were,
Good to go.
they were lower value. It's 150. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to adjourn?